Well, we got a great freaking week ahead of you. Thursday, opening day. Thursday, a month away from the NFL draft. So how are we going to turn this into an Eagles conversation? We're going to compare the two seasons that we are approaching. Eagles, Phillies. How does your anticipation for both differ? We'll talk about it today. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
I didn't see fire out of the veterans on that club.
I think they tried.
No, but I didn't see fire.
I wonder how much of it fell on deaf ears.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny the K, what's up, dude?
I am ready to go. How about you?
Ready to go. It was
Feel
nice.
rested?
It was nice sleeping until 6:30 the last couple of days. I thought 6:30 was noon. I woke up, I heard birds chirping. It was weird.
I love it that you're getting adjusted to your new home.
Yeah. So here I
it
am
comes
now.
about. I'm sleeping later than you, so that's impressive that you'll catch up. You'll end up passing me. You'll be fine.
Well, I don't know. The little one doesn't really help me.
That's
That's part of the
truth.
reason why 6:30 was the wake up time. But whatever. I felt refreshed getting that extra 2.5 hours. Dude, happy opening day week. This is, you know how we were joking around. Well, you were very angry at the two words or the words of the two most fun days in sports.
Yeah, I'm glad we're past that.
Well,
we're past that lie.
Thursday's my favorite day.
It's a better day than
Opening
any
day
of the
baseball.
days of the tournament.
And I can't wait for it, although we don't know if it's going to be Thursday or Friday. I saw your tweet over the weekend that you're doing the weather radar.
It doesn't look good for Thursday, and Friday looks dry.
Meteorologist John Kincade
go.
has checked in.
By the way, Adam Joseph went out of town last night, so Adam was going to be in to give us the weather thing, so we may have to go to find another thing.
Another source?
So the 6 ABC weather family is going to get on that.
Okay.
If Shari Williams is listening early this morning, she listens in the morning.
Yeah, give us a
If Shari's listening, then maybe she can pick one of the other weather forecasters to give us the update on Thursday.
So hopefully we do see baseball in Philadelphia on Thursday, but opening days this week, and it's also the mark of 1 month until the NFL draft on Thursday. So it's going to be a wild, wild ride over the next month because the Phillies are going to be a lot of fun to pay attention to. The Eagles get the build up to the draft. You know that they're going to make some more moves, either free agency, they're going to make trades. And, oh, by the way, Sixers and Flyers will hopefully be in the playoffs at that point, and we'll have a lot of fun. But today we're going to talk about the anticipation of the Phillies season and the Eagles season. Now, I know that sounds kind of off because the Eagles don't play for another 6 months and the Phillies play 4 days from now. But I think they're entering similar territory. So I know that we're not saying Super Bowl or bust, or as last week I was saying SB and B because I didn't even want to say the whole thing.
You may be, though. You may be thinking that. I just think it's crazy saying it right now, but I get it. I get it, though.
I think
I understand the mentality.
I don't want to take it away from people, right? Like, I was so anti-saying it, and then I was like, man, as a fan, go for it. They're a good football team. They
Sure they are.
But I think we're entering similar territory for both of them. And, I know we're not saying Super Bowl or bust right now, but I think we will. Come June or July, post-schedule release, post-W's and L show that you'll be leading that day.
No, I'll be sick.
I can't wait for it.
No, I will be out that day. Connor knows my vacation days. He's already scheduled it.
And then, OTAs will start. We'll start talking ourselves into the guys running around in shorts and no pads and how they're going to win the Super Bowl. I think we're starting to do that with the Phillies, and it's probably because the season's only 4 days away, and they fell apart in the NLCS last year. They were in the World Series 2 years ago with a 2-1 series lead. Dude, I think they're reaching a similar territory that I'm kind of scared of. Not just World Series or bust, but wake me up when. Which is what the Sixers are in and have been, right? Wake me up when they get out of the second round. Doesn't matter if Joel Embiid scores 70 points one night. Doesn't matter if they win 15 straight games. Wake me up when they get out of the second round, which I don't blame anybody for having that feeling over the last couple of years.
You mean articulating it but not enjoying, not really paying attention to the season?
I think paying
caring
attention,
about
but
the
not
season?
caring.
Okay.
Like Joel Embiid scored 70 points, and the very next day on the midday show, when I was hosting that, somebody called in and said, all right, well, they're 4 games back at the Celtics. That was his reaction to Joel Embiid's 70-point performance, because that's where a lot of people are at with the Sixers. That's their mentality. And I wonder if we're reaching that point for both the Eagles and Phillies.
Well, the one thing I would say is this, is that if I understand it, like you say, I totally understand it. If that is where somebody is in their mindset, I get it. But I don't believe it in that regard because I think with Phillies fans, and I don't know what's happened to this city, but with Philly fans, everything is sunshine and lollipops. With the Eagles, everything is gloom and doom and dread and bitching and complaining.
Mm-hmm.
For the Phillies, they collapsed 2 years in a row with championships right in their grasp. And it's like, yeah, but we love this team. They're the best. We just love them, and let's like love on them. They're the best. It's so strange because I felt this morning. I said to Connor, "Am I living in two different towns?" Because
When it comes to the two teams,
the way the Eagles get treated, and the criteria they're held to, the standard that they're held to, and the criteria that the Phillies are held to, it's as if I live in Spokane for the Phillies season and I live in Philly for the Eagles season. Because I don't understand it, how the same people, the same populace,
right,
looks at two teams and has totally different levels of angst, expectation, critique. The Phillies get away with murder in this town. Murder.
I wonder if part of that is still the honeymoon of 2 years ago. Like how much fun. You even said it last week. Like that memory will always be there.
Fall of 22 was spectacular.
Amazing. Like it was the greatest, without winning something, one of the greatest rides of our sports lives,
no
right?
question.
And I know you and I are not of similar age, but I imagine you feel the same way. It's
absolutely
one of the more fun times you ever had watching a team, not just the Phillies. I'm saying a team in Philadelphia. I mean, without winning something, you can make the case maybe the Flyers, getting into the playoffs against the Rangers with the shootout.
And the shootout, making it all the way to Game 6.
Yeah, like that's
right.
A little bit different. But, man, that Phillies run was so much fun that I think people are still kind of living in that honeymoon phase. But I wonder if this year's different. There were a lot of angry people when they choked away the NLCS last year.
See, now
a lot of angry people.
My experience with that was completely different
your
than
timeline's
yours.
different?
Yeah, my experience was people were like, boy, they still gave us a great season. That was a great run.
See, I didn't feel it that way.
Oh, my gosh. I like it was as if Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown come up small at the biggest time of the year, it's a second-round playoff series. It's a divisional series game in the NFL. And they come up pitifully small. This city's killing them.
Trade this guy, cut that guy, fire this guy.
Now, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber come up as big zeros in the National League Championship Series with everything on the line. You have to win one home game, and you get beaten by a crappy Diamondbacks team that won 83 games. Well, boy, we love him, though. Is Bryce going to wear his Fanatic shoes on Thursday? Is he going to wear his jacket with the liner in it?
I hope he does.
It's
Pander to
no,
me.
that's fine, but it's a completely different standard. The way the two teams are dealt with in this town, and I still don't get it. Because when you have the fourth highest payroll, and you have spent and made all this investment in going and buying, there should be no honeymoon period. There shouldn't be a honeymoon. You're expected to be great.
No,
that 2022 team should have been better all year long.
Right.
They were crappy most of the year and then turned it on at the end and went on a miracle run. We should expect more than to be 10 games out on June 15th in the division. But it was okay because the Phillies all we got to do is get in. All you got to do is get in.
I wonder, is it different this year? So
I hope so.
I got a totally different reaction from you. I saw people that were angry after they lost to the Diamondbacks because I think we all said the same thing. This was the year. This was the redemption year. This was the year that they were going to come back and win. And then you looked at the other side of the bracket. It was the Rangers. It wasn't the big, bad Houston Astros. Even though the Rangers won the World Series and they were a great baseball team, we all looked at it differently. They weren't the scary Houston Astros. And so I don't know. I got a different reaction. I wonder if the sunshines and rainbows right now is because of the anticipation of opening day. Right? It's a fun time.
Oh, it is an awesome time.
Even when the Phillies had Tommy Joseph, that place was selling out at least on opening day, right? Because it's Americana. It's let's get to the ballpark for opening day, see the Phillies start the season, and then for a lot of people not pay attention until the following season, whereas it's now a little bit different. If they get off to a slow start this year, based off of what you just said, I wonder if it's a different reaction this year.
I hope it is.
It should be.
I certainly hope that it is. And look, the three of us are all in unison on that. Connor comes in this morning. You're coming in. Within 2 minutes, we all talked about Thursday.
Right.
Being down there on Thursday, being a part of opening day.
Yeah.
It's something that electrifies the entire city. I just wish we held the Phillies to the standard that we hold the Eagles. I do not understand why not.
It's a great line, dude. It really is.
I don't understand why we don't. And to me, it's because we have a bunch of people that chose us. And again, we love being loved. The whole idea, the greatest lie
What
ever.
about Saquon?
The greatest lie ever told. Is nobody likes us. We don't care.
Oh no, I agree.
Every time something is said about Philly, anything Philly is critiqued,
we
get so butthurt about it and just get our tissues out and start attacking the person and be like, that Chris Sims, we hate him. He hates us. We care deeply, and that's fine.
Right.
Just own it.
Yeah, just own it.
Just own it.
Don't do the whole no one likes us.
No one likes us. We don't care. We're bulletproof. Oh my gosh, we're as hypersensitive as it comes. And so to me, that is what I'm very anxious to see how this thing plays out this year.
Yeah, so one of my other questions, and we'll open up the phone lines today and the text line at 610-632-0975. We got the text line as well because I think that's a great point that you make, that there's a love affair with the Phillies and it's so much angst all the time with the Eagles. Well, I do believe that this season's different. If they start off slow, I think you'll get more people upset. We've been debating the Johan Rojas thing, but you're right. If the Phillies are losing games, it's not because of Johan Rojas. It's because of the big-name players on this team.
He's coming around, Connor.
No. I still believe what I have to say.
He's getting there.
He's coming around. We're getting you there.
No, he should start the season in AAA. But I get what the point that you're making. You're in a no-lose situation here. So
I am.
My other question, when it comes to both respective teams, the Eagles and the Phillies, will people be able to enjoy themselves watching these teams this year?
I think so, absolutely.
You
How can
think
you not? Yes.
Well, you've even made the case. If the Eagles start 7-1 next year, well, they were 10-1 last year, and look at what happened.
I think you're going to have – the weird thing is I think you're going to have I think less Eagles fans are apt to do that. A less percentage of the fan base.
Okay.
A great Eagles start always tends to push people towards
Super Bowl.
They'll be making hotel reservations in New Orleans. Whereas in a great Philly start, it's a long season.
Okay.
It's a long season and everything. But I'm just telling you this. I believe if this Phillies season gets off to a hot start, I still am this close. And we'll talk about the injury.
We'll make all our predictions
but I'm this close that I really do I do believe that they're going to win this division. I'm this close.
Well, and if they win the division, that means they're winning close to 100 games.
Absolutely.
And that means it's going to be a ton of fun.
I believe this summer is going to be the most fun. Out of 22, 23, 24, I have no question this will be the happiest.
But
summer.
I know how you are. If they do start off slow, you're going to be – I mean, we all should be upset.
I will be angsty because this year, April is easy. It's an easy schedule. No gauntlet in April. It is like, does everybody get a gauntlet, Connor? Do we know?
Yeah, I think everyone gets one.
We give everyone. The Flyers are just about done their gauntlet.
Yep.
They're 6 games done of their gauntlet, 2, 3, and 1. So in their gauntlet, the gauntlet it's easy in April. I need to see a really good start, and more importantly, I need to see a race in the NL East.
Well, yeah,
all year long.
absolutely.
All year long.
Yeah, because that was the problem with the last 2 years with the slow starts has been you're out of the division right away because the Braves have not, and the Braves never took their foot off the gas pedal. Never. I mean, they went 100 games, and you're not even close to it. But like all this stuff that you're saying, you want them to start off hot. You want them to go after the division. Are you really going to be able to enjoy yourself?
I will.
And I don't think you're alone. Like, I think we all should want a hot start. I think that the mentality that you point out of, oh, don't worry, everything's going to be fine, just get in. There are still going to be people that feel that way, but I wonder when that starts to change. And I think this year might be a wake-me-up year for a lot of people.
Andrew Salciunas, meet Connor Thomas, our fine producer.
What's up?
Because he is one of those people. He's one of those people that is, all you got to do is get in.
Yeah.
All you got to do is get in. Don't worry about it. He is one of those people. Now, he's doing it logically.
Tell me I'm
not
wrong.
ripping him. No, I'm not ripping him. But it's about winning. For the Eagles, it's about winning. For the Phillies, it's about just get in.
Right.
Give us October
you're
baseball.
right. Like, I need that 1 seed in the NFL.
Right.
And when they don't get it, we get upset. We get nervous. Whereas to Connor's point, but you're right. It has worked. But I will say this, and I said this a couple weeks ago, and I will stand by it.
What's that?
I don't know how many times I can rely on the Phillies upsetting the Braves, right? Because it has been 2 upsets.
Oh, it's been 2 upsets.
And the Dodgers choking.
Oh,
I don't know how many more times I can rely on the Phillies going in as a wild card team, beating the Braves, and the Dodgers choking on the opposite end of the bracket. I don't know how many times I can rely on that.
I think you're being logical and fair. I don't believe you can count on it.
And you guys are, and Connor, you're right. Like, just get in. Every Phillies fan that says just get in, you're not wrong in saying that because we've seen it work out the last 2 years. They were a game away from getting back to the World Series with that same get in as a wild card team, get hot right before the end of the season, get hot in that first wild card round, right? It was the Cardinals 2 years ago, the Marlins last year. But, man, there's going to come a time where the Braves might figure out how to play Philadelphia after the bye week or the bye round. There's going to come a time where the Dodgers don't choke away. Last year, the path was right there for the Phillies once they took care of the Braves, and they lost it.
Why do we consume the two products differently, though?
It's a great question.
What's your gut instinct? You got to have a theory.
I do wonder if it's the manic approach of football because of how quick the season is, and every game matters so much more than the Phillies. Like, to Connor's point, to everybody's point, the Phillies didn't have to win the division.
They didn't.
And they got to a World Series and were one win away from getting back to another one, where, as the Eagles, their only Super Bowl came from being a one seed. Their only Super Bowl came from being the one seed.
And their last Super Bowl before that came from being a one seed.
Right.
And their last Super Bowl before that came from being a one seed.
And, oh, by the way, not just the Eagles. Look at the NFL. How many times does the one I'm sure Kincaid's calculator can drum that up. Like the percentage of the one seed and post change of the bye. It used to be the first two seeds got the bye.
Which I didn't think the one seed was as important.
Well, now we're starting to find out.
Yeah, you're finding out now it is more. Even though last year we had a Super Bowl in 2021, we had a Super Bowl between 2 4 seeds.
Yeah.
Bengals, Rams.
Right.
We never see that.
No.
You never.
That's
ever.
an outlier.
That was the outlier.
Because we know how important that top seed is. So I think that's part of it. And then I think you're right. I think there's just a different marriage between the Philadelphia fans and the Phillies. I don't know if it's the childhood summer nights, going to Veterans Stadium, going to Citizens Bank Park. Like, I wonder if they're, like, you go to the ballpark when the team isn't going well because you still just want to be there. And when the team is playing well, that's just an added bonus. I don't know. I think that's part of it.
I know my kid says, my lovely daughter says, going to a Phillies game to her is an event.
Yes.
Going to a Eagles game is like going to war.
Right.
Like she feels the butterflies 2 days in advance.
Right.
She feels the angst of the game. Oh God, when we went to the 49ers game last year, and it was just her and I do our dad-daughter game.
Right.
She was 2 days in advance, texting constantly about, do you think we're going to win? You think?
And that's going to a game. Dude, I didn't even go to the game when I was anxious.
Phillies
on
games,
Monday.
Phillies games aren't like that.
No.
Phillies games are, you look so forward. We're looking so forward to going to a Phillies game.
Yes.
To hanging out, being in the stands. It's a completely different thing. Going to an Eagles game, we look forward to winning.
Right.
We're not looking forward to going to the game.
If you're at a Phillies game and they lose, you go, well, that's going to happen at
We're
least
going to win. Exactly.
70 more times. That's going to happen 70 more times this year.
Yes.
That's the other thing. It's because I think it's just the sport. It might not be an Eagles-Phillies thing. It might be the sport.
It is. It's just the sport.
Is that what it is?
They're literally different products, so they're consumed differently. The playoff structure is different. The amount of games is different. Losing a game does not matter for the Philadelphia Phillies.
And you know, it's not just, dude, it's not even the game. We talk about how the NFL is the league that never sleeps. The offseason is filled with angst.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They gotta fill this position. They gotta fill that position. Right? Whereas baseball, there's farm systems. You're hoping that you have somebody coming up through the ranks. Whereas football, it's like you need to get this top free agent, you need to get that top free agent. Yeah, the draft is a pretty big deal, but that's a handful of players that you know won't start for the most part.
And I get what you're saying, Connor. Here's the only thing is, and this is where there might be an age differential, that the Phillies were never consumed this way. Ever. Would it ever have been acceptable? This city would have killed the Phillies if they had the fourth highest payroll in baseball.
You're right.
Third, and they didn't compete in the division 2 years in a row. And they were out of it by Father's Day.
They would be killing them now if they didn't compete in the division and didn't win in the postseason, but they still win. The division doesn't matter if you still win.
Yeah, but how often? My biggest thing is how often can you rely on that?
And we'll get there when we get there. But,
yeah, but I don't want to get there. Maybe I do just want them to win the division. Sometimes, you know what? I'm freaking tired. You're tired of the no one likes us, we don't care, which is a lie. Can I be the top dog for once? Why do I always have to be the underdog?
I agree with you.
Can I be the alpha?
Why should you, with a higher payroll than the Braves, why should we just say, well, the Braves are better? And I've heard people
And
say
we do
that.
say, I
well,
say it.
The Braves are better. Why should we accept that when you have you're outspending the Braves? Why in the world, as a city, are we so wimpy about it?
It's a great, dude.
I don't get it.
The number to climb in and text in, it's the same number, 610-632-0975. Would love for you guys to answer the question. John asks a great question. Why is the love affair different with the Phillies and the Eagles? Eagles lose a game.
Oh.
You're about to burn the city down.
Yes.
The Phillies choked away at NLCS, and can't wait for next year. It's going to be so much fun. Why is there such a drastic difference between how we follow the Eagles and how we follow the Phillies? Coming up next, we'll continue the Phillies and Eagles conversation about our anticipation for the season. John believes both teams have the same Achilles heel. I don't know what that is, so we'll find out next.
It's a thing in your foot.
Oh, thank you. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
No, it's not my typical, I know. But I went with a salad.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I made it. Some farmer's cheese, hard-boiled eggs, cucumber, roasted red peppers, which I love. It's got some beans in it, some avocado in it. It's got a little bit of everything in it.
What do you have to drink?
Oh, come on, my mini Coke Zeros.
You have two?
Of course. I should have just gotten one, but whatever.
I remember going to a Phillies playoff game. My dad took me, and they lost, and it was a real disappointing loss. So we're getting ready to leave, and my dad didn't drive, so of course we had to do a subway to a cab to a high-speed line to another cab, just crazy. But we go to the bathroom before we leave, and I'm a young kid. I'm like not even 10 or something like that. There's this drunk guy in the stall next to me, and my dad's standing next to me. So, I'm kind of embarrassed to be in the bathroom with my dad in the first place. And now we got this drunk guy next to me and goes, those bleeping Phillies, I swear there's more blanks than there is peeing in here in their clubhouse. And I was like, oh my God, this guy just cursed, and he used the D word, and my dad's standing there.
I would tell you, no athlete has to apologize to me.
And then he wanted to come back. No, you got to apologize, and it was a great apology.
I like that he addressed it immediately. He did not owe me a thing. I do believe we are obnoxious as a fan base.
We are.
And I believe
and
that
he was obnoxious for saying it on his way out.
And he was. So then he fits with us perfectly.
Right, exactly. I'm glad he's back.
I like this Kenny Pickett move. It's one of those low risk, possibly high reward type of deals. I think the most realistic path is he develops more here. Another team wants to take a flyer on him, and you flip him maybe for a second round pick, kind of like they did A.J. Feely back in the day. Love the move.
Purdy's on the shelf. Dak's on the shelf. They're all there sitting on the same shelf. Nobody is elite over any one of them. I think Jalen Hurts could be. I don't disagree with you. He could be the best quarterback in the NFC. He better sure as hell prove it to me that everything he's got at his disposal,
and that we agree with.
To his credit, I don't think Jalen looks for excuses. But I also want to see that Brock Purdy has got the resources at his fingertips. Anything that says, well, look at what Brock Purdy's got going for him. Jalen Hurts has got it too.
Bust out Philly's name, Antonio Alfonseca.
Tyler Goodell, TJ Bond, Sota Gucci.
Antonio Bastardo.
Jim Eisenreich. Casper Wells, Dane Sardinia, Paul Hoover, Joe Bassini.
Dave Buchanan's been my answer for years, and now he's not a bust-out name. Tyler Goodell. Ramon Avilas.
Oh, R.J. Swindle. R.J. Swindle's a great one. 50-mile-an-hour curveball. He was terrible.
I'm going to give you Michael Stutz. The reliever, Wilson Valdez.
I mean, Andy White, Andres Blanco. Oh, Wilson Valdez. Great one.
Most random Phillies player I can think of, Ricky Jordan.
Most random Philly? Ricky Metallico.
Who else? Ricky Metallico is a bust-out name. B.J. Rosenberger is a good one. Yeah.
Ross Globe.
Oh, Jeff Manship. He was here for a hot minute.
Ronald Torres.
Most people remember him as a Ranger, but Mr. Michael Young was actually on the Phillies.
So Taguchi.
I guess that's it. I guess that's it for bust outs.
All right, the biggest thing I came out of spring training with is that there is no drama. I mean, you think about the Phillies, there's not a lot of spots open on that team. But the main thing is that they're ready to go for opening day. No drama is the best sight that you could have from any team in Major League Baseball when you're leaving spring. They already have it, and there's weeks to go.
Listen, you want Dollar Dog Night to come back, stop throwing them. In fact, what about the people that work here? I'm going to make accusations right now. John Wilkes Booth throws hot dogs. Ray throws hot dogs. Connor throws hot dogs. Haley throws hot dogs. Stop throwing them, and you get Dollar Dog Night back.
Who's John Wilkes Booth?
John Wilkes Booth, Josh. He's down there. Looks just like John Wilkes Booth. He is a descendant.
I never been to the crowd.
Reaction to Saquon Barkley? Good job, Howie. Cool. Now he just has to outperform DeAndre Swift. Got to get 1,300 rushing yards, 1,200, 1,300, maybe about 500 receiving yards. But here's the best thing about it. It's a kiss move. Keep it simple, stupid. This guy stays on the field almost all the time.
No, it's not my typical, I know. But I went with a salad.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I made it. Some farmer's cheese, hard-boiled eggs, cucumber, roasted red peppers, which I love. It's got some beans in it, some avocado in it. It's got a little bit of everything in it.
What do you have to drink?
Oh, come on, my mini Coke Zeros.
You have two?
I got, of course. I should have just gotten one, but whatever.
I remember going to a Phillies playoff game. My dad took me, and they lost, and it was a real disappointing loss. So we're getting ready to leave, and my dad didn't drive, so of course we had to do a subway to a cab to a high-speed line to another cab, just crazy. But we go to the bathroom before we leave, and I'm a young kid. I'm like not even 10 or something like that. There's this drunk guy in the stall next to me, and my dad's standing next to me. So, I'm kind of embarrassed to be in the bathroom with my dad in the first place. And now we got this drunk guy next to me and goes, "Those bleeping Phillies, I swear there's more blanks than there is peeing in here in their clubhouse." And I was like, oh my God, this guy just cursed, and he used the D word, and my dad's standing there.
I would tell you, no athlete has to apologize to me.
And then he wanted to come back. No, he got to apologize, and it was a great apology.
I like that he addressed it immediately. He did not owe me a thing. I do believe we are obnoxious as a fan base.
We are.
And I believe
and he was obnoxious for saying it on his way out.
And he was. So then he fits with us perfectly.
Right, exactly. I'm glad he's back.
I like this Kenny Pickett move. It's one of those low-risk, possibly high-reward type of deals. I think the most realistic path is he develops more here. Another team wants to take a flyer on him, and you flip him maybe for a second-round pick, kind of like they did A.J. Feely back in the day. Love the move.
Purdy's on the shelf. Dak's on the shelf. They're all there sitting on the same shelf. Nobody is elite over any one of them. I think Jalen Hurts could be. I don't disagree with you. He could be the best quarterback in the NFC. He better sure as hell prove it to me that everything he's got at his disposal,
and that we agree with.
To his credit, I don't think Jalen looks for excuses. But I also want to see that Brock Purdy has got the resources at his fingertips. Anything that says, well, look at what Brock Purdy's got going for him. Jalen Hurts has got it too.
Bust out Philly's name, Antonio Alfonseca.
Tyler Goodell, TJ Bond, Sota Gucci,
Antonio Bastardo. Jim Eisenreich.
Casper Wells, Dane Sardinia, Paul Hoover, Joe Bassini.
Dave Buchanan's been my answer for years, and now he's not a bust-out name. Tyler Goodell. Ramon Avilas.
Oh, RJ Swindle. RJ Swindle's a great one. 50-mile-an-hour curveball. He was terrible.
I'm going to give you Michael Stutz. The reliever, Wilson Valdez.
I mean, Andy White, Andres Blanco. Oh, Wilson Valdez. Great one.
Most random Phillies player I can think of, Ricky Jordan.
Most random Philly? Ricky Metallico.
Who else? Ricky Metallico is a bust-out name. BJ Rosenberger is a good one. Yeah.
Ross Globe.
Oh, Jeff Manship. He was here for a hot minute.
Ronald Torres.
Most people remember him as a Ranger, but Mr. Michael Young was actually on the Phillies.
So Taguchi.
I guess that's it. I guess that's it for bust-outs.
All right, the biggest thing I came out of spring training with is that there is no drama. I mean, you think about the Phillies, there's not a lot of spots open on that team. But the main thing is that they're ready to go for opening day. No drama is the best sight that you could have from any team in Major League Baseball when you're leaving spring.
You asked the question right away.
Yes.
About why we, take in the Eagles differently than the way we take in the Phillies, and why we're always so manic with the Eagles about everything. In the Phillies, it's, I'll just get into the playoffs. Let's have a fun summer. Oh, congratulations to Matt Strahm. He gets his contract extension through next season, and then I think there's like an option for 2026, and he might have to pitch a lot again to start the season, which we'll get to. So he says, quote, I just fit in Philly. So Matt Strahm's ecstatic to be here. And our man Ray Dunn, quote, tweets it. And this is exactly to your point.
Yes.
So he tweets out the rest of the quote. This clubhouse is something that I've never experienced. It's something special. So to even risk losing it just kind of seems idiotic to me, end quote. Ray then adds, we can overrate vibe / culture, but it's pretty damn cool to see what the Phillies have built. That vibe, that connecting, which I think is cool. Like, it's a beautiful thing.
It's great to see your team having fun.
Right, and it's great to see that Phillies fans connect with them, right? Because we are a town that likes to have fun, I would think.
It's awesome.
So, but I see Ray tweet that. Is anybody saying that about the Eagles? No. Is anybody tweeting out, oh, I love how these guys connect with one another?
It's so
people were mad about the Christmas album this year.
Oh my gosh,
even though it was recorded during the summer, people were so angry when the Christmas album dropped right when they started losing games. Jordan Mailata even said it. He had a media availability, and he was walking down the street. Somebody screamed out to him, "Why don't you stop recording Christmas albums and focus on blocking?"
And he said, "We did it in July." Like, I think he says to the guy, we recorded it in July.
That's how different these two teams are.
It's completely different. And the way we accept things, and I got to tell you, Ray is, when it comes to baseball,
he's Captain Vibes.
He is.
Yeah.
He is, he might as well be backup catcher. And honestly, he couldn't do worse.
He's the same build as Stubbsy.
He very much could. But it's the just, what did I say to you, Connor, this morning? Ray had already tweeted out, there's real Phillies baseball this week. Last night. I'm like, oh my gosh, Ray. I mean, seriously. It's like there's a complete difference. Because I know Ray with the Eagles.
Right.
He's angsty.
Oh, everybody is.
It's so different the way everything's like, oh, it's good. We just had a great ride. We had great vibes. All I know is vibes didn't do crap for you when championships were on the line the last 2 years.
And 2 years ago, look, the Astros were a dynasty. So it happens. Even though
you were up 2 games to 1.
Yes, they were. Home. But the Astros were a dynasty. When they lost that World Series, I was more bummed out than angry.
I was more bummed than angry. Last year, I was angry.
And I do think, I don't know, you and I must have different timelines, and maybe we had different listeners, right? Listeners change every 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
I had angry listeners.
I had a lot of people that were and maybe it was just trying to be contrary to the way I felt.
Maybe.
But many that were like, it was a great year. What are you talking about? It was a great year. And I'm like, what are you talking about? A great year. You're winning. You get the path cleared for you. You beat the Braves, and the path is clear.
It's right there for you, yeah.
You got to beat Arizona, an 83-win team. You got 2 wins. All you got to do is get 1 at home.
Yeah.
And then you're going to the World Series, and the Rangers will be waiting for you. You got a better chance against the Rangers, potentially, than the Houston Astros.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's like, it was a great year. What are you talking about? We have different definitions of great year.
Oh, yeah, we do.
And to me, though, 2022 will always be, close to the heart.
Right.
2023.
Of course
2023 was not.
No, 2023,
Absolutely
you
not.
look back, and I will remember 2023 as a colossal failure at the end.
And I remember you and Ray talking about the fact that it was, did you see the Phillies highlight video came out?
I didn't watch it.
I still haven't watched it.
I won't. No, I refuse. Ray watched it. I refuse to watch it. Why would I watch something that ends in failure?
Why would that be in any way intriguing?
I don't want that.
Let's go watch.
I'm still angry about it.
Let's go watch the 2023 Phillies gag away another World Series.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I refuse to watch it.
Not the same.
So, I watched both of the last 2 years, but
and what'd you think?
I enjoyed it.
That's stupid.
You until the ending.
I feel bad for the people that build that because it's a production.
And by the way, they do a beautiful
They do
job.
an incredible job. But I feel bad that I'm refusing to watch it, even though they put so much hard work into it.
It was unbelievable.
All right, so the two questions to start at 610-632-0975, which you can either call in or text in at 610-632-0975. Why do we handle the Phillies and Eagles so drastically different? Like, everything's filled with angst with the Eagles, and everything with the Phillies is like, just enjoy yourself. Like, have fun.
It's okay. We had a great year. And look, they sang Dancing on My Own. Oh, my gosh. It just is enough.
The other question is, have they reached that Sixers territory of wake me up when? Which I would like to get your thoughts more on that, because we moved on into the angst of the Eagles and the fun of the Phillies. Are any of those teams there?
No,
Wake me up when?
Not with me. I mean, the Phillies is the soundtrack of my summer.
Mm-hmm.
Every night, the Phillies are on in our home. I have the DVR set to start every single game, so I don't have to watch it. If I miss first pitch,
right,
I can
you'll get
catch
back.
up,
Yeah.
burn through the commercials, and catch up through. But to me, it's a soundtrack of summer. I will never get to the point that I sometimes get with a Sixers Toronto Raptors game in November or January.
Right.
Where I'll come in and watch a quarter and be like, yeah, check out the highlights, read the game stories.
Well, especially if, like, Embiid's not playing.
I'll never get there with the Phillies. The Phillies is always going to be, they're always going to get part of my time. And at any family event, like I don't know about your family, my family.
Oh, games are on.
They're always on.
We had the spring training game on
Phillies
yesterday.
are always on.
Yeah.
And to me, it's just background. It's
don't-
background.
I don't mean necessarily literally not watching. I mean, like, if the Phillies win 10 straight out of the gate, are you going to say, wow, this team's really good?
Yes.
Or are you going to say, all right, great start.
No.
Wake me up when they get to the World Series?
I've been begging for a great start.
Okay.
So if they get a great start, you could even temporarily hand me the pom-poms.
Right.
And I will be shaking the pom-poms and being like,
Kincade.
and saying, you know what? This is what I've asked for. Give it to me. And what I've asked for is like 6-7 games over 500 by the end of April. Minimum. Minimum.
They should get.
And they should be there.
They should be there.
And that's where they should be, and that's what I'm hoping for.
All right,
But
so what's
that's
the
where it is.
Achilles heel? Because you believe that both the Phillies, you texted me this last night, that both the Phillies and the Eagles have the same Achilles heel. I can't even I'm guessing slow start.
Do you have a guess?
That's my
Connor?
guess, a slow start.
Yeah.
What is your guess? Same Achilles heel. I believe they both have the same Achilles heel. And when you hear it, Andrew, you're going to go, oh, okay, I get you.
Yeah, unless it's not slow start, I don't know that I have something else.
That's
Well,
my guess.
the Eagles don't start slow. They were 10-1 the last 2 years.
Yeah, but I was thinking about the B. West clip where he said if they start slow
no,
this year.
But we haven't seen that yet, so I'm not assuming that. The Achilles heel for both teams, to me, is the guy who is supposed to be their master strategist. I don't trust Nick Sirianni as a master strategist. I don't think he has a PhD in strategy. And I most certainly, after 2 years of watching in the postseason especially, when decisions matter the most, do I trust that Rob Thompson is a master strategist?
I didn't realize you have such a, not disdain, but you're
No. I think Thompson,
worried about Thompson.
I think Thompson is a fantastic leader of men.
Yes.
Fantastic. I think Nick Sirianni seems like he's got a lot of those attributes too.
We think.
Strategy. When the games are on the line and making decisions and pushing buttons, I believe there was a decision made in 2022 that cost them Game 6, or at least cost them the chance
Yeah, but he
to
made
win Game 6.
every right decision leading up to that. You talk about push the button. He
He
hit
did
the
a lot
right
of
button
he did a lot of great
from
decisions.
from St. Louis all the way up until Game 6.
He certainly did not last year. In fact, he repeated mistakes last year. And
I
so
did
to
not
me,
like the handling of the Christopher Sanchez
Craig
situation.
Kimbrell decisions. Like, I do not count on Rob Thompson is going to be a winner, and he has been a winner, and I respect the hell out of it because of the fact that he creates a great working environment. His players love playing for him. They know their roles with him. He makes them comfortable. Nick Sirianni, supposedly the same type of vibe. People like coming to work. So for Thompson and Sirianni, they both deserve high praise for that. But strategist, I'm not counting on either one of them to win Jeopardy. Let's put it
But
that
here's
way.
the deal. Thompson pushed the right buttons against the Braves again.
Right.
Both years.
I
It's
think
just, unfortunately, in the NLCS, he didn't.
Is it push the right buttons, or did the Phillies just manhandle the Braves offense?
Oh, he can't not get credit for beating the best team in baseball when you're going to talk about strategy.
What was the strategy thing that won the Braves series both years? Tell me some of the strategy moves that you say.
Pulling Ranger Suarez 3 innings into him being
And we were
amazing.
angry both times.
Oh, no.
Both times. Angry that they did that.
No,
and it worked out. And then, by the way, not just pulling him after 3 innings, he then had to put how many pitches did he use?
Like 6?
Like 6 or 7. He had to use them all correctly.
The fact that something works does not make it great strategy.
What?
That doesn't make it great strategy just because something works.
They didn't give up a single run the entire game.
It was fantastic. And then what you do is, in other series, the same strategy burns out your bullpen, which it did. So it cost you against Houston. It cost you this year against Arizona. So, I mean, just because something works once, hey, it worked. This is great strategy. No, because in the very next series, it cost you a World Series.
Oh, man.
And in the very next series, next year, it cost you against Arizona.
See, I'm a big Rob Thompson guy.
No, the thing is,
you and I are going to have a lot of fun this summer.
We are.
I can tell already.
But again, I still think he's a fantastic manager.
Yes.
And I think in baseball, the term manager is key. You have to manage 162.
Oh, you saw Joe Girardi,
egos.
Gabe Kapler. These guys were, they ran their course.
Rob Thompson is spectacular at that.
Absolutely. All right, well, man,
there you go.
This is going to be a fun baseball season. It's not even opening day. We got opening day coming up on Thursday. All right, well, you just mentioned something in terms of both Connor and I thought you were talking about the hot start or the slow start being the Achilles heel. How important is the hot start for the Phillies this season and the Eagles this season, because they have gone opposite directions the last 2 years? We'll talk about that coming your way next. You can climb in on the phones or the text line at 610-632-0975 and answer the question, why do we handle the two teams drastically different? And have you reached a period of wake me up when with these two teams? Because you lost the Super Bowl 2 years ago, 10-1 start last year, it fell apart. The Phillies got to the World Series, took a step back, losing in the NLCS last year. Does this year have to be different? Are you saying wake me up when they get to the World Series? Would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. A lot in store for you still to come. I'll tell you all about it coming your way next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Would Connor have won last year if you were there?
No shot at all. Just my presence alone would have gotten in his head. No shot he would have won.
Are you worried that the year off will make you a bit rusty?
No, I'm never rusty. I was born ready for this competition.
Is Connor actually your biggest competition, or is there anyone else you're worried about?
That's the biggest joke I've ever heard, Dylan. He's not even close to my biggest competition. He'll be the first one out for the Fanatic people, just like he was 2 years ago when I was in it. Not worried at all.
You've seen what Tom has to say. What's your response?
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that the guy that I worked with so closely would stoop so low when it comes to the pre-knockout competition talk. But I'm here for it. Listen, if we're going to fight dirty, let's fight dirty.
Is Tom your biggest competition at knockout?
Yeah, I'm the bigger man, I'll say. He's the defending champion from before I'm the defending champion, so I'll give him the respect to say he's my biggest competition.
Okay, now there's been a lot of talk that you are the Hakeem Olajuwon of the station. He's a Michael Jordan. Do you think that's accurate?
Michael Jordan won a lot. Tom's only won once, and it was way later than the most recent time that I won, so I'd say that if anyone's MJ here, he's standing in front of you.
Bust out Philly's name, Antonio Alfonseca.
Tyler Goodell, TJ Bond, Sota Gucci,
Antonio Bastardo.
Jim Eisenreich.
Casper Wells, Dane Sardinia, Paul Hoover, Joe Bassini.
Dave Buchanan's been my answer for years, and now he's not a bust out name. Tyler Goodell. Ramon Avilas.
Oh, RJ Swindle. RJ Swindle's a great one. 50-mile-an-hour curveball. He was terrible.
I'm going to give you Michael Stutz. The reliever, Wilson Valdez.
I mean, Andy White, Andres Blanco. Oh, Wilson Valdez. Great one.
Most random Phillies player I can think of, Ricky Jordan.
Most random Philly? Ricky Metallico.
Who else? Ricky Metallico is a bust-out name. BJ Rosenberger was a good one. Yeah.
Voss Globe.
Oh, Jeff Manship. He was here for a hot minute.
Ronald Torres.
Most people remember him as a Ranger, but Mr. Michael Young was actually on the Phillies.
So Taguchi.
I guess that's it. I guess that's it for bust outs.
Would Connor have one?
Fanatic Monday presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll start the hour reacting to the weekend that was with the Sixers and Flyers. A great weekend. Now, the Flyers dropped one yesterday, but they had a nice win before yesterday's game. The win on Saturday was great, so we'll react to this.
Win.
We'll react to both the Sixers and Flyers to start the 7 o'clock hour, but we would love to hear from you either on the text line or on the phones at 610-632-0975 about why we handle the Eagles and Phillies so differently, and also whether or not you've reached a wake-me-up-when period like a lot of people are at with the Sixers. Now, Connor, you say we have a couple of texts already coming in today.
Yeah, we do. The first one here from Jeremy from Pottstown. He personally believes it's because of the number of games played, and I know we talked about that. But since baseball's 5 to 6 games a week, you can quickly move on from a bad game. While football, you have to live with a bad game for a week, maybe 2 weeks. So I think the time frame is a huge part of this conversation.
I do too, and he's right. But I think what John's also getting at is the Phillies choked away an NLCS and a chance to win a World Series,
and it was glossed over.
And
in this
whereas
town.
the Eagles, you know, I know you and I felt the same way. There was not the same anticipation for a playoff game like we're used to, like going up to that Eagles-Bucks game. But even though after they lost, full boards, right? The next
it was
day,
amazing, yes.
And people are angry, and people are ready to fire Sirianni. You didn't hear fire Thompson.
No, you did not.
And I don't want to fire Rob Thompson.
No, and I don't either. And the weird thing
I
is,
did want to fire
make
Nick
that clear.
Sirianni.
I do not think he's a terrible manager. I do not think he's a great strategist.
Okay.
I think he is a spectacular manager of a season, of a team, of a man. I think in Atlanta, Brian Snitker.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the same way.
Good manager, but
I don't
not
think
a great
he's
strategist.
I don't think he's a master strategist.
Right.
I think he is a great manager of men. By the way, in baseball, there's no sport where it's more important.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, so what was the other text you got? And then we'll go back to the phones.
We got another one as well where you're looking at the reason why they lost. This is going to John for his thoughts on the Rob Thompson thing. Just blaming the bats and Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, guys that struggled that are supposed to be your big bats. And the question in the text message is, what could Thompson have done differently if your big players aren't hitting?
That's a great point.
That's why I wonder where all the critique was.
I think there
was not.
I don't know how you didn't.
Bryce Harper got critiqued terribly in this town. You're full of it.
I think the Phillies as a team got critiqued.
Did Bryce Harper?
It wasn't just
it
him.
Doesn't. It wasn't
Did
just
Turner.
Harper. It was Trey
Did Turner.
Yes, everybody.
Yes.
Everybody.
I don't
was.
believe.
Everybody was.
I don't believe it.
And that's why people were saying you can't run it back with the same team. You got to make some changes.
The vitriol that the Eagles get after a playoff loss was nothing.
Absolutely, you're absolutely
nothing
correct.
like it.
But
That's what
everybody choked that Phillies team.
Let me ask you something real quick. If the mayor messes something up, opposed to like the head of sanitation messing something up, you're more mad at the mayor. The Eagles run this town. We're always going to be more mad at
the Phillies just run sanitation.
You're saying the Eagles are Sherelle Parker?
Jeez, man.
I thought it was a fair enough comparison to make the point, but you get what I'm saying. The Eagles matter more to this city, and when they lose, it hurts us more, and they're held to a higher standard because of it.
Now, all right, so the importance of the hot start. I'm with you. They need to start off hot this year. They
better start off hot.
I do believe the Eagles also need to start off hot. I know you said they started off hot
because of what B. West was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you start letting doubt creep in, like if the Phillies start off slow, I don't think doubt will creep in.
I would agree because 2 years in a row, they've shown you things will work.
Right. Just wait till June 1st. That's going to happen, right? Whereas the Eagles, if they start off slow, it's not doubt from Eagles fans. It's doubt in that locker room. And then it's Nick Sirianni looking over his shoulder thinking he's going to get whacked at any second, right? The Eagles desperately need to start off hot.
I think you're right. 100%. I mean, you can't have it. You can't have any doubt set in. The guy who can is Nick Sirianni. Because, things could turn south. But I do believe anyone who says Nick Sirianni lost that locker room, I think it's fiction. I think it's fiction. I think it's fiction.
I don't think lost locker room like nobody wants to talk to him, but I think people were looking for answers, and they look at Sirianni, and he go, I don't know.
But I agree with you on that. But I do not believe it was like player mutiny. We hate Sirianni at all.
No, I don't think so. But I think there may have been mutiny between players, and he's that coach. He's got to take care of that kind of stuff.
No question. I think it was between older players and younger players.
Like when I say lost the locker room, I don't just mean one specific thing. Like I think he lost a handle of the locker room. Maybe I should throw another word in there, right? I think he lost the handling of the locker room last year.
Or he mishandled the locker room.
Mishandled it.
Okay.
I keep on saying this. The linebackers sucked when they were 10-1. Right, like it wasn't just because the linebackers that they finished 11-6.
You're right.
The linebackers sucked when they were 10-1. Something happened in that locker room, and he couldn't. And he had 2 months to try to figure it out, and he couldn't. He could have said to AJ Brown, "Hey, talk to the media." Like there was a million things. Whatever was and we don't know what the main reason was. Could have been Hurts's leadership qualities that people have pointed out could have been a bit of an issue. Sirianni could have gotten that early on. He had 2 months to figure it out.
And the offensive side,
I'm still angry.
The offensive side of the ball is what he should have been able to figure out.
Oh yeah, because he's supposed to be an offensive genius.
And the emperor has no clothes where that comes.
Right, absolutely.
We know that.
Let's go to Matt in Northern Virginia. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good morning, Matt.
Listen, I think a lot of the kind of differences we have in viewing the Phillies and the Eagles is based on age. I'm in my mid-40s, so I was kind of just too young to see any early 80s Phillies success. And so when I kind of started watching them, it was mid-80s. It was guys like Steve Jeltz and just, that era. And I love the Phillies, and I kind of got used to watching them with my dad and my grandfather, listening to them when we couldn't watch them. And it just kind of became part of our summer routine, whereas the Eagles, they didn't have ultimate success, but there was little, once Buddy Ryan came in, although, Buddy Ryan completely overrated in my opinion in this town, but they had that success where the defense was, the best in the league. They were winning games. They were making the playoffs. And as a kid, I didn't see anything with the Phillies until that 93 team, and that was just a blip on the radar. But that, as a 15-year-old, that was the highlight of my life at that point, the 93 Phillies. And then they went back. They kind of regressed, and all through the early 2000s, we're just kind of trying to build and just not quite getting there. So I think a lot of it just has to do with there was no real sustained success for the Phillies until the core came in and
right until 7 to 11.
We hold them to a different. We hold the Phillies to a different
right.
standard
Thanks,
than we
Matt.
do the Eagles.
Yeah,
Clearly,
we do.
If the Phillies give us anything, we're like the dog that is abused.
Oh, dude,
we just love that they gave us any love at all. We got a pet.
How many NFC championships with Andy Reid?
Oh my gosh!
And he's frowned upon in this city.
5, I believe.
Frowned upon, and people don't like Andy Reid because he never won the big one. Whereas
It's a
the
joke.
Philly, it's crazy. Dude.
It's a joke.
You're right, man. I would love to get more reasoning into this. So coming your way next, we'll talk about the winter teams. Good weekend for both the Sixers and Flyers. We'll reset the show. And talking about the importance of a hot start, there is a specific player on my Phillies radar that needs a hot start. Needs a hot start. Or people might be talking about this person differently. I'll tell you who next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryan.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. During the break, John read another great reason why maybe we handle the Phillies a little bit differently than the Eagles. We'll get to that in a second. So here's what we're talking about today. Number one, my first question. So first it was, how are we anticipating the Philly season differently than the Eagles season? Or similarly, like do we feel the same way? And I always have that question of, have we reached wake me up when territory with the Phillies and the Eagles? Because we've seen this with the Sixers, right? The Sixers star-studded team, and then they lose in the second round. We've been dealing with that for the last couple of years now. The Eagles are a star-studded team. The Phillies are a star-studded team that has not amounted to a championship. You think about it, very similar. Eagles World Series last year collapse. Phillies were or Eagles Super Bowl last year collapse, and we were cool with them losing the Super Bowl to an extent, right? Because it was Patrick Mahomes.
I didn't have a problem with it.
It was another dynasty, and we were like,
bummed
all right,
me out.
Yeah, bummed me out. We had the exact same feeling of the Eagles Super Bowl as the Phillies World Series. Same year,
no question.
Bummed out.
You had a warm feeling. You're always going to look at the 2022 Eagles with a fondness.
Right. Same with the Phillies.
I think the 2023 Eagles, though, I will look at the 2023 Phillies more fondly than the 2023 Eagles.
I agree, because it wasn't a collapse over an entire second half of the season.
And I'm always going to remember that Marlins stopping, which is what they should have done. And the Braves another series against the Braves.
Right.
And it's for me, I just love seeing them beat the Braves.
Oh, of course.
I got the evil laugh. I can't wait. And I think there is something there.
And then you asked a great question. Why do we act so differently toward the Phillies than the Eagles? You got a tweet during the break.
Yeah, Josh says, the 6 a.m. conversation. He says, I think the reason why one's treated differently than the other, the lovable Rob Thompson and the arrogant Nick Sirianni.
Man, I think he's on to something. Now, look, that's one little thing, right? Because it's always been this way, right? The difference of how we handle the Eagles and the Phillies. Like I mentioned, the Eagles went to 5 NFC Championship games with Andy Reid, and people hated them. Whereas the Phillies, they have done less, and it doesn't matter. We love that team.
And Andy wasn't doing. Let me have one of those nugs. Right. Let me have one of those nuggies. Like he wasn't. Andy Reid was not fun here.
Right.
He was not fun. He wasn't relaxed. He wasn't. I think winning a Super Bowl completely changed Andy Reid.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The monkey's off the back. He feels great, and all of a sudden, he's fun in games.
Right. But we look back to him as not a disappointment. A lot of people look back at him and still don't root for Andy or still don't like Andy.
There are people who don't like Andy, and as you brought up earlier, or the caller brought up, that worship the memory of Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan was horrendous.
Yeah, and
he was a horrendous head coach.
And Andy Reid's tenure here was the most successful tenure out of any coach in Eagles franchise history, and that counts Doug winning the Super Bowl.
And everything that followed Andy Reid is a byproduct of Andy Reid.
Right. But we look at him with disdain.
I don't. I personally.
I know.
He's
I
my
don't
favorite.
either.
He's my favorite coach that I ever.
But then when it comes to the Phillies, it seems like they can't do no wrong.
No. Well, I could tell you this too. You don't want to look. You know how Jay Wright, people talk about Jay Wright?
Yes.
You don't want to look in his eyes because he's got that gleam in his eyes and he's just going to win you over. If you haven't had the chance to one-on-one talk with Rob Thompson, don't do it.
Right.
Don't look right in his eyes.
Right.
Because you see why everybody loves the guy.
And you'll never want to say anything wrong about him.
He's kind. He's generous with his time. He is. You see why people love coming to work for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's a player that I think needs to start off hot. I'll tell you who that is in a little bit. But let's react to what went on over the weekend with the Sixers and Flyers. Great. We'll start with the Sixers. Great win last night, beating the Clippers in L.A. 121-107. It's incredible that James Harden refused to talk to the media afterward.
Well, you missed it.
What?
The Cozy Kitten Lounge has their dinner buffet starting at 4 p.m.
Oh, so he had to get to that.
So he had to get to that. He had a previous engagement.
Now, it was a big win because they were 0-2 to start the West Coast trip with the losses to the Suns and the Lakers. And remember, we were saying 2-2 is a win.
I thought 1-3 was a win.
Well, you said 1-3 was a win. Kate Scott told us 2-2, and when she said that last week, we were like, wow, that would be fantastic.
That's bold.
2-2. But you said, I remember, you'll take one win. So they got the one win yesterday.
They got the one, yes.
And that's a big win because they're still hovering around that 8th seed. Right now, they're a half game back. They're the 8th spot, tied with Miami.
You want the calculator?
They're a half game back of the Pacers. So Kincaid's calculator tells us you got magic numbers?
I got magic numbers. A magic number for a home game in the play-in tournament. Okay, so you're right here. How about this? 5 over the Hawks. Any combination of Hawks wins, Sixers wins, Hawks losses.
Yeah.
The number's 5. So you're not going to be the 10 seed.
No.
You're guaranteed. You're not going to be the 10 seed. So as long as you get past that, then you got the Bulls at 7. That you got that too.
Yeah, they're not
You're
not
going to
falling
be
down.
the Sixers are going to be in the 7-8 game. It's or they could be the 6 seed.
Right. Because right now they're just a half game back of the Pacers.
Right. They could be a 6 seed. But what you need is any combination of 7 Sixers wins, Bulls losses, guarantees you're in the 7-8 game, which gives you 2 chances to advance.
Right.
And 1 home game guaranteed if needed.
Right.
You could be the 8th seed. You could win at Miami or whatever. But whatever you've got. You're close right now. It's just 7 over the Bulls. Just look at it that way. 5 eliminates the Hawks. 7 eliminates the Bulls.
All right.
Sixers wins, their losses. This should be very, very clear. By next week, the Hawks should be done.
Yes.
And the Bulls should be on life support. So it's going to be the 7, 8, or 6.
And hopefully it's the 6. Right now, there's still just 3 back of the Magic, but we're running out of time, right? It's March 25th.
Yeah, I don't believe this team is making up 3 games in the standings.
No, I don't think so. But if they can get to the Pacers, I still think it's a possibility. It's going to be tough, right? Because you still need to win games without Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid's probably not going to be coming back until the final week of the season, so they need to win some basketball games.
Man.
But the good thing is the Pacers aren't running away with it. Everybody loves Tyrese Halliburton, right? Oh, Tyrese Halliburton, you should have traded for him. I freaking hate Tyrese Halliburton because of the way a lot of you love Tyrese Halliburton. Wow.
You get set off by Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, my God, they trade Embiid, start over Tyrese Halliburton.
That's the biggest reaction I've ever gotten to Tyrese.
Oh, it just bothers me because I had to deal with it all the time. Oh, they should have done Halliburton. The James Harden trade it ended up being a good trade. It ended up being a good trade. They freaking collapsed at the end. It ended up being a good trade.
Wait.
They traded a guy that was not playing.
I got you.
For James Harden, who led them to Game 6 of the playoffs last year at the Celtics.
I would tell you that if you had traded the guy who wasn't playing in a deal for Tyrese Halliburton,
it would have been nice.
You would have been a better off team.
But it was never happening.
And I believe you may have made. Why was it never happening?
Tyrese Halliburton's agent called him and said this isn't happening. Halliburton said on a podcast, it was never happening. The deal was never happening.
Well, I mean, the deal was never happening because you didn't make it happen. There was a deal. They were shopping.
They were
Halliburton.
shopping for
so
him.
They were shopping Halliburton. So he was available.
And they wanted some bonus.
The Sixers didn't make the deal happen. And there's a big difference to that.
Well, I root against Tyrese
I get you,
Halliburton.
and I understand. There's sometimes you get those irrational.
Yeah. Oh, I root against Tyrese Halliburton because a lot of you listening. I root against.
Okay, I get you.
People have made me hate Tyrese Halliburton so much.
You.
And he's so good. Well, if he's so good, they still haven't been able to run away with the Sixers, who've been missing their best player for months now.
And I'm looking if you get that 6 seed.
Well, now you got the Cavs, who you've handled well this year.
Cavs or Knicks.
And
I would
don't
love
want the Knicks.
What?
I do not want the New York Knicks.
Joel Embiid, all you have to do to Joel Embiid is say, the biggest stage in the East, primetime games, Knicks, Sixers, Joel Embiid will go off. He'll take it to a whole nother level.
That's a tough team to beat, though. Tibbs, man.
Oh, yeah.
Tibbs will kill these guys.
Tibbs knows how to play defense.
Doesn't win a lot of playoff series, though.
No,
he doesn't have to, but he's going to hurt him.
Neither do the Sixers.
I got you. I'm telling you right now, I would love to see a Sixers-Knicks series.
Oh, it'd be
I think
great.
it'd just be great theater and great drama.
And they're just a half game back of Cleveland, so that is still a possibility. The other team in town, look, they got obliterated yesterday by Florida.
Thanks to Felix Sandstrom, who stinks.
Sandstrom's horrible.
He's horrible.
He's so bad. It's a shame because it's gotten to the point where if you put him in net, you might as well just chalk up an L.
It's a loss. It's a loss, and I said it from the time that they didn't, and I did. I wanted them to go with this rebuild and totally buy into it. But I was hoping like hell that Danny Briere would find a veteran goaltender who could have come in here and given you a better shot as a backup goalie. They, according to things that I was told,
right,
they said we only see 4 or 5 starts for the backup goalie.
Well, those 4 or 5 starts are costing you right now.
And it does. He let up 2 awful goals last night. And the Flyers were absolutely all over Florida. But the win on Saturday versus Boston, I was screaming like a moron.
Dude, so I was at a 1-year-old birthday party. So a lot of birthday parties.
Yeah, you've been doing the birthday party.
Coops was yesterday. I was at a 1-year-old birthday party on Saturday, and it was at a brewery. Which
That's
actually,
really
look,
fun.
For the parents, that's awesome.
Yes.
Dude, Cooper's running around. I'm not even paying attention to him.
That game was great.
You go do whatever you want to do, Coop. I'm watching that Flyers game, and when they took the 3-2 lead, I went nuts.
Tyson Forrester had an amazing
bar
year.
down, man. It was a great shot.
Oh my! Well, he is going to be a talent going forward. And when you surround him with more talent, he's only going to get better.
Yeah, I mean that was a great win, and that's one of those wins where you go, look, we've been talking about the gauntlet, the G word, right? We don't want to say it. What'd you say? 2-3-1.
2-3-1 in the gauntlet. That's
great.
That's better. They have 5 points in the gauntlet. That's better than I expected.
Right. We wanted to stay afloat.
I thought they were going to go 2-5 in the gauntlet, get 4 points.
Well,
I thought they'd win a couple.
5.
They got 5 points, and they got another chance against the Rangers coming up. That's
which is another tough one. But then once that's done,
8 of the last 9 against teams that are behind you in the standing.
That's awesome. I mean, that's great. And so I tweeted it out Saturday night or Saturday afternoon after the Flyers won. Playoff hockey's coming back to Broad Street. Now, I may have spoke a little too soon because
You're a little early, but it's okay.
But are you at the point? I'm at the point right now where they're making the playoffs.
I'm at the point right now thinking playoffs. What was the number yesterday? 77%, I believe.
Okay.
The stats and analytics had it. I'm going to believe if they don't make the playoffs, I'm going to be shocked.
I'm going to be really upset. I can't go.
I'm not going to be really upset.
No, I'll be upset because I want it back.
Oh, I got you.
Like, I'm not going to be, trade this guy for because they weren't supposed to make the playoffs this year. This is like a nice surprise, but I don't want the surprise to end anytime soon. You just told me you're still on vacation buzz, man.
I am. I'm on the buzz.
I don't want this Flyer buzz to go. Me watching matinee hockey on a Saturday
is fantastic.
It's fantastic that I really want to watch. And a big game against Boston.
How about going into a Flyers game, a Flyers postseason game, wearing your hoodie, and shorts?
Love it.
Like going into this, it's warm outside. You're having a couple beers in the parking lot with everybody. The energy of it. This city needs it. It would be awesome. And again, you're going to play Boston, you're going to play the Rangers, or you're going to play most likely Carolina.
Right.
If you make it.
Who you fared well against the other day.
And so to me, and then you showed you played Boston in a phone booth 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
That's it. At least you could make it fun. At least you could make the series. Could you get the series to a game 6?
Right.
Wait, I mean,
Something
that would
like
be
that.
wild.
Yeah,
that'd be wild.
Nobody's thinking it's cup run.
No.
Just make
but
the
it could,
playoffs. And for the young kids, it's good, that experience.
And I wrote a piece for 975thefanatic.com. It's going to be posted in around 15 minutes. That'll be really popular with the local media that covers the Flyers.
Why is that?
Because I think it's absolutely some of the approach to John Tortorella and the coverage of him is amateurish. And I wrote it.
Okay.
It's amateurish.
Okay.
The way and I've been around the sport long enough. I've watched it. I know it, and I just chuckle at some of the way that people are up in their feelings about John Tortorella. And you know what? Let me give you a memo if you haven't figured it out yet. He doesn't give a damn. And no matter how many things you write, no matter how many times you try to portray it, but I also point out a few of the stupid things that are constantly said. Tortorella, he's going to burn out a team, and that's what he does. No, he doesn't, in fact. In fact, John Tortorella goes the exact opposite of the average tenure of an NHL coach. Not even 3 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
Is 232 games. John Tortorella has already done that with 3 franchises, and he's doubled it with 2 of them. I mean, it's ridiculous. It is over. I'm shocked how many times I hear it from people. Well, he's going to burn out the team. That's what he does. No, in fact, John Tortorella does exactly the opposite. But it's lazy. It's people that I think are very casual about their hockey knowledge.
Okay. Well, we'll be reading that story on 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm sure it'll be popular.
By the way, 0-1 with the Kincade Salciunas play of the day. Sean Couturier did not get a point on Saturday.
We could change that up, though. We can look at.
Fix
but
it.
You know what, though, Connor? I do want to hold us accountable.
Yes.
We're 0-1.
We're 0-1.
All right, I'll note that down.
This is a show. This is a show of accountability.
Connor's already. He goes, I've already got that down.
All right, so there's a player on the Phillies, John, that I think needs to get off to a hot start, and we have Mr. Locked On Phillies podcast as well. I would love to get your thoughts on this.
Connor does great work with that, by the way.
Can you guys guess the player who I think needs to start hot, or I think people are very vocal about this player if he doesn't?
Kyle Schwarber.
That was the guy originally
Because he never
thought,
starts hot.
Right.
but then he talked about the turn on somebody.
Oh.
JT?
No.
Can't wait.
Nick Castellanos.
Okay,
Oh.
you could
I
go
think
there.
people don't love his attitude. I think they love it when they're winning, like the too cool for school kind of thing. But he's hitting 125 this spring. I know don't jump at spring training
I got
numbers.
you.
I get it. Man, I watched a couple of his swings yesterday, just the same lazy arm out. He hits a little pop-up, the shortstop.
Was that on the
catches it.
first pitch right after the
No, it was a second pitch.
Okay.
The second pitch this time. But he did swing and miss at the first one.
Right.
Look, he had a tremendous year last year, all-star. I said it last week. I think he was the team's MVP last year to get them into the playoffs because of losing Rhys Hoskins. You needed the right-handed power bat. He provided that for you. You were missing Harper for the longest time. Man, if he starts off slow and he's another big contract player, you know what you're going to get out of Bryce Harper, right? You know what you're going to get out of Kyle Schwarber. Even if he's hitting 150, he's hitting you 40
Yeah,
bombs.
but what are we going to get out of Bryce? What are we going to get out of Kyle Schwarber till Memorial Day?
Well, we'll see.
Is that because he constantly starts out
off slow? I think Castellanos, and it's part of it's the personality. Like, people don't love it when he's not playing well and he's acting too cool for school.
You're right, but I just think he's like 5th or 6th billing on this team this year because Trey Turner's going to command so much attention. A healthy Bryce Harper's going to command so much attention. Aaron Nola getting the contract. Does he have the bounce-back year we're expecting? Zach Wheeler gets the extension. Is he going to look as
Do you
great
think
as
Castellanos skates by if he struggles to start?
If they win, I don't think he'll get individual criticism as long as the team is successful no matter how he plays. I don't. He feels like a
He's
lower
gonna be batting
billing.
in the middle of the order again.
I understand. They've just got so many good bats.
I do believe that what Connor's saying is that with the Phillies, if you tell me they are 6-2 after the first 8 games, you tell me that they're 11-5. I don't believe we're going to be obsessing on individual things. I think everybody will get the benefit of the doubt. Too small sample size. If they start out 5-11,
It's a little
absolutely
bit
different.
You know what I love?
You love a lot of
There's a lot of things that I love. You know how you hate the saying of the two biggest days in
Oh,
sports.
yeah. Just love it. It's the 2 best days in sports calendar.
You know what I freaking hate in this town?
What?
Well, so you also don't like. I agree with you that no one likes us.
No one likes us. We don't care is the biggest lie ever told.
You know what I hate? In this city specifically, I'll just wait till hitting season.
Oh, gosh, yes.
I see other teams. Hitting season is. Do we just miss it in Philadelphia?
Well, we actually think that it's and people will say, "Well, it's cold here," and I'm like, "Okay, it's cold in New York."
And I'm seeing guys
It's
with
cold.
5
It's
home
cold
runs in
in-
the first month
It's
of
cold in Boston, cold in Chicago, cold in St. Louis.
It's only here,
cold in Milwaukee.
dude.
Yeah, it's not in Milwaukee because it's 72 degrees and beautiful.
You just wait. Hitting season. I've been hearing that for years here. This is the only place.
Oh, come on, hitting season's coming. I bet you Ray Dunn has tweeted that at least.
Absolutely.
Has
Hitting
tweeted
season.
that at least 5 times.
Connor says it probably.
Oh, definitely. All the
Yeah,
time.
exactly. Hitting season's
I love
coming.
hitting
It's
season.
amazing. All right, so here we got. Here's what
Does
we
that
got
apply to
coming up.
softball too, Connor?
No, I never hit in softball.
Okay, good.
Walking season.
Yes, walking season.
All right, we still have a lot in store for you today. 8:05, we got today's headlines with Connor Thomas. There's a clip from Kevin Nagani that we'll play from you later on in the show about this Phillies team, something that I got a similar feeling about when I was down in spring training. But coming your way next. So we got some not-so-great news. So it was a great weekend for the Sixers and Flyers. Awesome weekend. I know the Flyers split, and yesterday sucked because
It was a
Sancho
good,
sucked.
really
but
good weekend.
It was a great weekend. It's a great stretch for the Flyers. Great win for the Sixers yesterday. They need every single one that they can get until the big man comes back. But we got some not-so-great news from another team in town. There's already 2 players that will not be available for the Phillies come opening day. One I know is driving you crazy. And the other one is more injury-related. We'll talk about those next because John is on the fence of going division. Philly's going to win the division.
It's this close, and I got to get off the pot at some point.
Well, we'll
I
see.
will one day this week.
Does this news get you off the pot? Either way, depending on which way you're going, I guess. We'll talk about next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
We have the knockout tournament next week. 2 years ago, I was the one that was the champion. Of the Fanatic people, I came in like 7th place, but of the Fanatic people, I was the top one, the last one to be out. Last year, I wasn't able to do it. Connor Thomas ends up being the last Fanatic person in. So I was expecting it's going to be this big matchup, going to be this big battle, a lot of smack talk going on. I can't wait. Dylan McKinnon takes a video of us a couple days ago, probably a week ago at this point, asking about it. I go in there talking smack, putting on a show, being a showman, if you will, talking smack about Connor Thomas, how I'm going to crush him, how he's not my competition at all, thinking I'm going to get the same from Connor Thomas. Connor takes a soft way out. Connor takes the, I can't believe Tom would say that. Someone I've worked with for this long amount of time, he'd take the low road, this, that, and the other. I have the utmost respect for Tom. We all know that's not genuine. That's not who Connor Thomas is. This is a guy who said he could tackle Brian Westbrook. This is a guy who said he could beat T.J. McConnell one-on-one. This is a guy who says he could throw faster than Ricky Batalico right now. We all know that's not who the real Connor Thomas is, and he's putting on a show, a fake show, for all the people out there trying to get him on his side. And honestly, that ticked me off this week when I saw that.
This is what I'm talking about. The morale has been good around here, but it's been a little too chummy in certain areas. And one of them is Connor. You know what? I got to back you on it. Connor talks trash all the time. He says all those crazy things. We got knockout coming up, all right? Now, when you actually stand up for it, then he wants to start to backpedal.
Yeah.
Like a fraud.
Here's the beauty of all of this. And this is why I freaking love Philadelphia sports. That we are debating this so much for a 9-hole hitter. We did it about Michael Franco. We did it about a backup quarterback just minutes.
Yes, we did.
Minutes after they signed Saquon Barkley. Now, we have a couple of minutes. Are the war drums playing? Are they getting louder? Are they getting closer? Is my enemy on the line from the best show ever, Tyrone Johnson?
Hello, John Kincade. You're a gentleman. Hello, enemy. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome in.
Hello,
Welcome in, Tyrone.
Mr. J.
Andrew, what's going on here? What is wrong with you? Are you okay? Now, you know, you got this brand new show. I've been loving the show, except for your part. And
I'm just trying to do it for clicks, Tyrone. Come on, you know that. That's the part of the business.
I'm trying to understand seriously why you feel this way. And you know why I'm worried? Are you letting all these big-time superstars off the hook? Because it feels like
I'm not letting them off the hook. We're talking about the psyche of a player. Oh, my God, we don't want to hurt his feelings sending him down. How is he going to feel if he's hitting 150 and then they have to send him down? I'm just saying, give him time in AAA. They said, I think it was Matt Gelb on your show or Zalecki on Bob Cooney's show. I forget which one, but one of the two great reporters who all are in favor of Rojas playing center field. I respect all of your opinion, but they're saying that they reworked his entire swing. The guys that are there every single day. So if they're reworking his entire swing, wouldn't you rather him try to get some 5 at-bats a game, reworking that swing, or getting maybe 3 getting pulled late in big situations and facing top pitching that he can't touch?
I'd rather him play against Major League pitchers. You want to know why? Because AAA won't teach us whether or not he can hit Major League pitching. The only way to find out that you can hit Major League pitching is if you can hit Major League pitching. Whether you were the number 1 prospect in all of the sport or a guy like Rojas who came out of nowhere last year, you don't know how they'll hit Major League pitching until they do. In the regular season last year, only 149 at-bats, I acknowledge. He batted 300.
We have the knockout tournament next week. 2 years ago, I was the one that was the champion. Of the Fanatic people, I came in like 7th place, but of the Fanatic people, I was the top one, the last one to be out. Last year, I wasn't able to do it. Connor Thomas ends up being the last Fanatic person in. So I was expecting it's going to be this big matchup, going to be this big battle, a lot of smack talk going on. I can't wait. Dylan McKinnon takes a video of us a couple days ago, probably a week ago at this point, asking about it. I go in there talking smack, putting on a show, being a showman, if you will, talking smack about Connor Thomas, how I'm going to crush him, how he's not my competition at all, thinking I'm going to get the same from Connor Thomas. Connor takes a soft way out. Connor takes the, I can't believe Tom would say that. Someone I've worked with for this long amount of time, he'd take the low road, this, that, and the other. I have the utmost respect for Tom. We all know that's not genuine. That's not who Connor Thomas is. This is a guy who said he could tackle Brian Westbrook. This is a guy who said he could beat T.J. McConnell one-on-one. This is a guy who says he could throw faster than Ricky Batalico right now. We all know that's not who the real Connor Thomas is, and he's putting on a show, a fake show, for all the people out there trying to get him on his side. And honestly, that ticked me off this week when I saw that.
This is what I'm talking about. The morale has been good around here, but it's been a little too chummy in certain areas. And one of them is Connor. You know what? I got to back you on this. Connor talks trash all the time. He says all those crazy things. We got knockout coming up. All right? Now, when you actually stand up for it, then he wants to start to backpedal.
Yeah.
Like a fraud.
Here's the beauty of all of this. And this is why I freaking love Philadelphia sports. That we are debating this so much for a 9-hole hitter. We did it about Michael Franco. We did it about a backup quarterback just minutes.
Yes, we did.
Minutes after they signed Saquon Barkley. Now, we have a couple of minutes. Are the war drums playing? Are they getting louder? Are they getting closer? Is my enemy on the line from the best show ever, Tyrone Johnson?
Hello, John Kincade. You're a gentleman. Hello, enemy. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome in.
Hello,
Welcome in, Tyrone.
Mr. J.
Andrew, what's going on here? What is wrong with you? Are you okay? Now, you know you got this brand new show. I've been loving the show, except for your part. And
I'm just trying to do it for clicks, Tyrone. Come on, you know that. That's the part of the business.
I'm trying to understand seriously why you feel this way. And you know why I'm worried? Are you letting all these big-time superstars off the hook? Because it feels like
I'm not letting them off the hook. We're talking about the psyche of a player. Oh, my God, we don't want to hurt his feelings sending him down. How is he going to feel if he's hitting 150 and then they have to send him down? I'm just saying, give him time in AAA. They said, I think it was I forget, it was Matt Gelb on your show or Zalecki on Bob Cooney's show. I forget which one, but one of the two great reporters who all are in favor of Rojas playing center field. I respect all of your opinion, but they're saying that they reworked his entire swing. The guys that are there every single day. So if they're reworking his entire swing, wouldn't you rather him try to get some 5 at-bats a game, reworking that swing, or getting maybe 3, getting pulled late in big situations and facing top pitching that he can't touch?
I'd rather him play against Major League pitchers. You want to know why? Because AAA won't teach us whether or not he can hit Major League pitchers. The only way to find out that you can hit Major League pitching is if you can hit Major League pitching. Whether you were the number one prospect in all of the sport or a guy like Rojas who came out of nowhere last year, you don't know how they'll hit Major League pitching until they do. In the regular season last year, only 149 at-bats, I acknowledge. He batted 300.
We have the knockout tournament next week. 2 years ago, I was the one that was the champion of the Fanatic people. I came in like 7th place, but of the Fanatic people, I was the top one, the last one to be out. Last year, I wasn't able to do it. Connor Thomas ends up being the last Fanatic person in. So I was expecting it's going to be this big matchup, going to be this big battle, a lot of smack talk going on. I can't wait. Dylan McKinnon takes a video of us a couple days ago, probably a week ago at this point, asking about it. I go in
enjoyed their weekend and welcome into the week of opening day. Thursday, and Thursday is also 1 month until the NFL draft. We're going to have a lot of fun this week. I mean, Andrew Pacheco is going to be joining us in the studio later on this week. We got a lot of stuff in store for you as we get closer and closer to bigger and bigger days in the sports calendar, man.
It's going to be so much fun. I mean, there is something. The energy of you two for opening day, it's fantastic.
Oh, my
God. I love opening day, and part of it is the change of seasons.
That's a big part of it.
I hate darkness. So the winter darkness really bums me out.
Yeah, of course.
And so
seasonal depression, man, it's a real thing.
I am so excited for baseball season to get rolling. And I will guarantee you one thing. Haven't picked the division yet.
Okay.
But I'll guarantee you one thing. The Phillies will be better in 2024 than they were in 22 or 23 in the regular season.
And I love that. Now, speaking of picking the division, so last segment we had fun reacting to the Sixers and Flyers weekend that they had. Not such great news for the Phillies. So Orion Kerkering is not going to be starting on opening day. He'll be on the injured list.
Because he has the flu?
It must be a bad flu, dude.
I'm only going to say that. I'm only going to say, look, I'll use this card one more time.
Okay.
I freaking missed so much less time doing double chemotherapy after surgery, stage 3 cancer, that I'm hearing players down in Clearwater. Well, you know he had the flu.
He had the flu,
Are
man.
you freaking kidding me? Would you stop it with the flu crap? Tell me he didn't prepare enough for the regular season. Tell me he didn't do the things he was supposed to do.
it can't be that.
He could just be sick.
He could just
This
be
long.
sick.
Yeah.
This
Flu's
long.
no joke, man.
I'm here to tell you. Then guess what? I absolutely would have major question marks about the makeup of a player that is that.
Come
that
on.
the flu. Connor, it is now into its 3rd week of hearing about the flu. The 3rd week.
Yeah.
So
Stop
you
it,
think
Connor.
he's skipping baseball? Because, like, what is the other explanation?
No, what I'm saying is
He's
that,
saying he's weak,
No,
Connor.
what I'm saying is that there are ways that baseball handles things. There's way that hockey handles things. There's ways that football handles things, and they're completely different. Are you kidding me? It is and because I'm a dork, the first time that flu was mentioned with Kirkering, I found was the 8th of March.
Well, I told you. It was
8th of March. Today's the 25th, and we're still talking about it.
I told you I was supposed to have him on the Tuesday I was down there.
Oh, that would have been. And wait a minute. So it was mentioned before then.
Well, I
'Cause
don't think it came out till the 8th.
But it was mentioned before then.
I was supposed to have him on the Tuesday I was down there, which was March 5th. And they said, hey, Orion can't come on today. He's dealing with an illness.
And I said to you, I hope he's not, the disclaimer, I hope it's not something else that they're not telling us, that it's worse, something that they're not telling us. But if it's the flu, and we're talking about it so we can go all the way back to your visit on the 5th.
March 5th.
We are now 3 weeks later, and
20
we're
days.
still talking about the flu. Connor, that's soft as hell.
We can't say that without knowing the guy.
Yeah, you don't know. What if
it's the flu?
the guy had like 104 fever for like 6 days?
I can't even believe you're looking at me and saying that.
No,
I can't believe you're looking at me and saying it. What I'm saying is the fact is there's something that's it's babied approach. Whereas, do you think a hockey player on the Flyers is going to be out for 3 weeks with the flu?
No, because you sweat it out.
Do you think?
On the
do you
ice.
think? What would we do to Joel Embiid in this town if Joel Embiid was out 3 weeks with the flu?
Oh, no, he has the poops. He's the gastroenteritis.
Wait, but was he out 3 weeks with it?
No, but he missed a playoff game.
So let's stop. Let's stop
people
spinning
get more
it.
sick than others. We're not spinning anything.
That is.
No, we're not.
The flu shouldn't wipe you out for 3 weeks.
But sometimes it does.
Oh, my gosh. Then I swear to you, I will pray every day that none of them face real adversity as far as their health. I will pray that they don't, because that's freaking ridiculous.
Orion Kirkering. So that's player number 1. Now, the other player that's not going to be ready for the start of the regular season, we talked about him last week, and they're in a concerning way. Taijuan Walker's not going to be able to start the season. Now, last week when he had his outing, he was throwing 88 miles an hour, which is not good. So he's got shoulder issue, even though
it's a tendon. No, it's a nerve impingement, which
that's what Ben said.
That is what they say, but it's supposed to be able to be something that does heal with rest.
Right, it will heal with rest. It's maybe it's dead arm or something. But here's the deal: he hasn't pitched much at all this spring. So he's gonna. When does he get revamped? Like when does he ramp up? Because he's missed. You want to talk about Kirkering the flu? Walker, how many times has he actually pitched this spring?
Oh, twice,
maybe 3.
So
I think he misses. I think he's going to miss a month. Yesterday, I did get to hear some of the play-by-play of the
on TV,
the game on the I heard it on the radio.
Okay,
and I did get to hear some of that, and they were talking about him maybe missing a month. And if they're saying that on the broadcast, they're hearing it from somebody.
Well, if he's missing a month, is he missing 2 weeks? And
yes. And then the ramp-up
ramping
period.
him up.
Yes, that's how it was
but
sort of portrayed.
He's pitched all spring. Like it's not like he's had I wouldn't be surprised if it's a month and a half.
Well, then that's scary. That's scarier, even though, I don't know, Spencer Turnbull, Locked On Phillies podcast?
He's got to be on your opening day roster, right?
Yeah, he's in the rotation. He's going
5,
to be.
right? He'll be 5?
He'll not only be 5, they're skipping one of his starts to give him more time. So Wheeler's going to throw twice before Turnbull throws once.
I'm fine with that.
Well, because you have the day off.
Yeah.
Anybody have an issue with that?
No, but what if Thursday rains out?
No, they move it to Friday, the empty day. Remember, Friday's the empty day.
Oh, so there's another day off
Yeah, so
during
he'll
that
still
stretch.
be
Okay.
able to throw normal rest, I think.
So now, man, all of a sudden Strom's got to be ready, right? Because remember last year he pitched more innings last year in the first half of the season than he did the previous
Was
year.
it the first 2 months or something?
Yeah.
It was like really wild.
Because he was starting games going, and he was actually effective for that. Like Matt Strom was one of the big reasons why you stayed afloat last season.
I'm
to
glad he's
start.
back.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's back.
Now, I will say I'm always nervous when he's pitching. Always. Because he doesn't have, like, electric stuff.
You more nervous than when you see Taijuan Walker pitching? I was more nervous with Taijuan Walker pitching.
Yeah, but I'm saying Strom was coming in a high leverage situation.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about when he was starting.
He had to close out the NLDS, man. Like,
I thought you were talking about when he was starting.
No,
Okay.
no. Taijuan Walker's more of a fear. Now, you are on the fence of predicting the Phillies to win the division
And
or not.
I'm honestly this close, and I am leaning, if the teeter-totter's going a certain way, I'm leaning towards the Phillies are going to win this division.
Even with Walker and Kerkering, which is a big bullpen. Remember, they didn't add too much to the bullpen because we're saying, oh, well, Kerkering's going to take that next step forward.
Yeah, I was thinking Kerkering this year would be one of the eighth-inning options.
Well, now he's not going to start the season.
Yeah, and
if you're talking about slow starts or starting out of the gate hot.
But again, and I hope that it is, and I pray that it is, if it's just the longest recovery from the flu since I don't know when, maybe from the Spanish flu of 1919, I would suggest that he'll be back.
Well,
he'll be back. He'll be back. He won't be out for, a month. He better not be out for a month.
Well, they got to ramp.
It'll be 2 months with the flu.
But it could be just like Walker, where it might be 2 weeks where he's out, but then they have to ramp him up. Like it's not like Kerkering's gonna heal and then walk right onto the field. He hasn't pitched in 3 weeks.
I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay because I find the flu example for 3 weeks to be borderline absurd.
The panda on a phone is checked in on social media.
Panda.
I just battled the flu for over a week. It's still lingering. I go to the gym every day and tried yesterday, and I'm incredibly weak compared to my normal day-to-day. I've lost over 6 pounds. It happens. The flu is terrible this year.
Okay.
So the panda on the phone.
And the panda's doing, and you know what the panda's doing? He's hitting the gym. He's getting out there.
Yeah,
he's
panda
giving it his
is
best
not
shot.
playing Major League Baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, would there be a flyer out 3 weeks with the flu?
If it's this bad,
Wait a minute.
I don't know, John. It's different for people.
It's not.
It's not a broken ankle.
The story doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to
You're
me.
reading into something that's not there.
Okay.
All right, well, hold on. Sheila doesn't believe in the flu story either. Let's go to Sheila in Overbrook. What's up, Sheila?
Hey, first of all, Andrew Salciunas, this is Sheila from Overbrook.
Oh, what up, Sheila?
Andrew.
I love you. It is great hearing from you. I miss you.
Are you in the spot where you're supposed to be?
Oh, I'm with my man Johnny now.
Great energy, Sheila.
You sound really, really good. I'm excited to call. I haven't called Sports Talk Radio since my boy lost.
I got you.
I don't mess around, but today I had to call because I had to get in on this one. He's right, Andrew. I mean, enough. Enough already. I have friends, honestly, and I know we're not trying to be morbid or, bring the show down, honestly, that are also, like, in chemo as we speak. I mean, not literally this moment, but, and then they go to work. And then they go to
Do you remember Mario Lemieux, Sheila?
Oh.
Yeah,
he did his final chemo treatment, and he played a game that night in Philadelphia.
Philly, yeah.
It's crazy town.
It is crazy. It is. I agree 100%. That's what really got me. Well, I was thinking about you, Andrew. I've been wanting to talk to you, but I'm like, you know what? I was struggling with the change, but I'm glad to hear you. You're right, John. You're right.
Thank you, Sheila.
You're right. Y'all have a great day.
We're glad you're a
as
part
well,
of it.
Sheila.
Thank
we
you, Sheila.
appreciate the call. Thank you. It's great hearing from Sheila. It's been a while. All right, well, we'll see, man. We'll see. There you go. Here you go. Rosario called in, not Eddie Rosario.
Oh, okay.
Called in, couldn't stay on the line. She's been battling the flu for the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
Maybe it's a bad flu.
It's almost like it affects people differently.
It's almost like it does. It's almost like as Sheila's saying, it's almost like people like doing chemo. You know,
Well,
like, I mean,
dude,
seriously.
we'll
it's like
see,
Sheila's
man.
friend. Got up and going to work every day. Doing that. Mario Lemieux, I think it is one of the
greatest stories.
One of the greatest stories ever that he's battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which I also battled years ago before him.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched him play a hockey game the day of his last chemo.
Yeah.
That to me was one of the greatest things that I've ever seen in sports. I've never seen anything like it because I know what crap he felt like. It was his final treatment, so he must have felt like garbage.
Right.
And he was out there on the ice.
Well,
there's John Tortorella. He'd cut somebody if they were out with the flu for 3 weeks.
Hopefully,
hopefully it's the true. Hopefully he is not. There is not something else going on.
And then hopefully,
that is what I pray for.
Hopefully, Orion Kerkering pitches so well this season.
Oh, yes.
That we forget all about Flugate. All right?
Flugate.
All right,
I like that.
Coming your way next.
Flugate.
You mentioned Joel Embiid. How would the city handle if he was out with the flu? Well, last week, Ramona Shelburne, who's very connected with Joel Embiid's camp, she joined Bob Cooney, gave some updates on Joel Embiid, and she said something, John, that made me think of his career and made me think of a comment that was made by somebody else at ESPN that I would love to get your opinion on. And it's about the what-ifs of Joel Embiid. We'll talk about that next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The Eagles. You can get your Birds fix every day.
We have the knockout tournament next week. 2 years ago, I was the one that was the champion of the Fanatic people. I came in like 7th place, but of the Fanatic people, I was the top one, the last one to be out. Last year, I wasn't able to do it. Connor Thomas ends up being the last Fanatic person in. So I was expecting it's going to be this big matchup, going to be this big battle, a lot of smack talk going on. I can't wait. Dylan McKinnon takes a video of us a couple days ago, probably a week ago at this point, asking about it. I go in there talking smack, putting on a show, being a showman, if you will, talking smack about Connor Thomas, how I'm going to crush him, how he's not my competition at all, thinking I'm going to get the same from Connor Thomas. Connor takes a soft way out. Connor takes I can't believe Tom would say that. Someone I've worked with for this long amount of time, he'd take the low road, this, that, and the other. I have the utmost respect for Tom. We all know that's not genuine. That's not who Connor Thomas is. This is a guy who said he could tackle Brian Westbrook. This is a guy who said he could beat TJ McConnell one-on-one. This is a guy who says he could throw faster than Ricky Batalico right now. We all know that's not who the real Connor Thomas is, and he's putting on a show, a fake show, for all the people out there trying to get him on his side. And honestly, that ticked me off this week when I saw that.
This is what I'm talking about. The morale has been good around here, but it's been a little too chummy in certain areas. And one of them is Connor. You know what? I got to back you on this. Connor talks trash all the time. He says all those crazy things. We got knockout coming up. All right? Now, when you actually stand up for it, then he wants to start to backpedal.
Yeah.
Like a fraud.
Here's the beauty of all of this. And this is why I freaking love Philadelphia sports. That we are debating this so much for a 9-hole hitter. We did it about Maikel Franco. We did it about a backup quarterback just minutes.
Yes, we did.
Minutes after they signed Saquon Barkley. Now, we have a couple of minutes. Are the war drums playing? Are they getting louder? Are they getting closer? Is my enemy on the line from the best show ever, Tyrone Johnson?
Hello, John Kincade. You're a gentleman. Hello, enemy. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome in. Welcome in, Tyrone.
Mr. J.
No, Andrew, what's going on here? What is wrong with you? Are you okay? Now, you know you got this brand new show. I've been loving the show, except for your part. And
I'm just trying to do it for clicks, Tyrone. Come on, you know that. That's the part of the business.
I'm trying to understand seriously why you feel this way. And you know why I'm worried? Are you letting all these big-time superstars off the hook? Because it feels like
I'm not letting them off the hook. We're talking about the psyche of a player. Oh, my God, we don't want to hurt his feelings sending him down. How is he going to feel if he's hitting 150 and then they have to send him down? I'm just saying, give him time in AAA. They said, I think it was I forget, it was Matt Gelb on your show or Zalecki on Bob Cooney's show. I forget which one, but one of the two great reporters who all are in favor of Rojas playing center field. I respect all of your opinion, but they're saying that they reworked his entire swing. The guys that are there every single day. So if they're reworking his entire swing, wouldn't you rather him try to get some 5 at-bats a game, reworking that swing, or getting maybe 3 getting pulled late in big situations and facing top pitching that he can't touch?
I'd rather him play against major league pitchers. You want to know why? Because AAA won't teach us whether or not he can hit major league pitching. The only way to find out that you can hit major league pitching is if you can hit Major League pitching. Whether you were the number one prospect in all of the sport or a guy like Rojas who came out of nowhere last year, you don't know how they'll hit Major League pitching until they do. In the regular season last year, only 149 at-bats, I acknowledge. He batted 300.
We have the knockout tournament next week. 2 years ago, I was the one that was the champion of the Fanatic people. I came in like 7th place, but of the Fanatic people, I was the top one, the last one to be out. Last year, I wasn't able to do it. Connor Thomas ends up being the last Fanatic person in. So I was expecting it's going to be this big matchup, going to be this big battle, a lot of smack talk going on. I can't wait. Dylan McKinnon takes a video of us a couple days ago, probably a week ago at this point, asking about it. I go in there talking smack, putting on a show, being a showman, if you will, talking smack about Connor Thomas, how I'm going to crush him, how he's not my competition at all, thinking I'm going to get the same from Connor Thomas. Connor takes a soft way out. Connor takes I can't believe Tom would say that. Someone I've worked with for this long amount of time, he'd take the low road, this, that, and the other. I have the utmost respect for Tom. We all know that's not genuine. That's not who Connor Thomas is. This is a guy who said he could tackle Brian Westbrook. This is a guy who said he could beat TJ McConnell one-on-one. This is a guy who says he could throw faster than Ricky Bottalico right now. We all know that's not who the real Connor Thomas is, and he's putting on a show, a fake show, for all the people out there trying to get him on his side. And honestly, that ticked me off this week when I saw that.
This is what I'm talking about. The morale has been good around here, but it's been a little too chummy in certain areas. And one of them is Connor. You know what? I got to back you on this. Connor talks trash all the time. He says all those crazy.
Get two $50 point cards for Arnold's Family Fun Center in Oaks for the price of one. That's a $100 value for just $50. With action-packed attractions like go-karts, bowling, laser tag, mini golf, and arcade games. I would wreck you in any of those, John. Arnold's is perfect for fun seekers of all ages. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com. Keyword deal. Absolutely.
On the go-karts.
Go-karts, yeah.
Oh, go-karts I would gladly.
Absolutely not
love to do.
I would kick your ass in go-karts.
Is it the greased track?
Whichever.
You know, where they
dirt? Grease.
Oh, I'm ready
I don't
for
care.
you.
I'm kicking you. Maybe we have to go out to Arnold's Family Fun Center.
And Connor's going to want to be a part of that,
notice he came after you. He didn't say he's kicking my
Arnold's
ass.
is fun.
Yeah, I don't know about you.
Please, Connor. Connor, you would first thing you do is get on the go-kart, take your shirt off.
Yes.
And then, send a selfie. Then drive the go-kart.
I like to crash him, too. Rubbin's racing.
but mini golf, you guys would all lose.
Oh, really?
Laser tag.
That's another one I want to take.
Laser tag, I would be sweating by the end of it because I would go way too hard at it. So
You're
yeah,
sweating here.
Yeah, it's true. Even if it's 50
you sweat sitting here.
I sweat. I'm pitting right now. Come on, come feel it. All right.
I don't need to feel it. You do offer a lot of people to feel your pits, though. I'm getting used to it. Cooney never asked me to feel his pits.
Yeah, come feel my pits. All right, Connor, if you can, Ramona Shelburne. Speaking of Bob Cooney. She joined Bob last week, and I love Ramona, and she's very connected with Joel Embiid. So remember, the last time we heard from her about Embiid, she said, nowhere close to returning, which sent shivers down everybody's spines. And then you could tell that a lot of reporters locally got an update, it seemed, from a lot of people within the Sixers organization that he was indeed close. So I think it was just the wording, even though either way, it was a month away. So
yes.
Is a month close or not, right? So Ramona Shelburne gave another update with Bob Cooney on Friday. This is what she had to say about Embiid.
I do think he's targeting the last couple weeks of the season. He's in that ramp-up stage, right? I think he is on the court doing things. I know he's back in Philly doing things right now. He's not on the trip, but he's working out and trying to get back. But I think the sense I get is nothing has changed. It's the same plan that's been in place, and it really just depends on how he feels during this ramp-up process.
So targeting the final couple weeks of the season, which would be great. Because at first, the final week was only 4 games. There's a back-to-back with the Grizzlies and Spurs. So obviously he wouldn't play in both those games. He would only play in one. And then it's Pistons, Magic, Nets. And the Magic, if they are still in that range, it could be a big game. We don't think they're going to catch them that far. But if she's saying weeks, that means what? Maybe in the next week or two? Next week is March 31st, right? That's Sixers-Raptors. And then it's basically a week and a half left of the season.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's back before then because I want him to be able to have that build-up time.
Right.
Because if he's playing in the play-in tournament, there is no time off. You start playing.
You just play right away.
Regular season ends. You're playing right after that on either the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
And you got two very difficult games, not back-to-back days, but you have the Thunder on April 2nd, which they're just a beast out west right now, and then you have the Heat, which you know that game is going to mean something.
Well, that could be for 7-8. Home court advantage.
So you would want him back for that one if you can get him out there. So what is April 4th maybe a target date?
April
if she's
4th.
saying the last 2 weeks.
April 4th would have to be a target date.
So I would hope that could be a potential return of Joel Embiid.
That would be amazing.
So she also said something else. She talked about if Embiid's back and healthy, what they could be like in the playoffs. Take a listen. I have a question off of this.
I think that's the biggest wild card in the Eastern Conference. Like, I mean, what's the Rick Pitino line? You know, Larry Bird's not walking through that door. Well, Joel Embiid might walk through that door. Like, Joel Embiid is the reigning MVP, might walk through that door. And, like, they've held it down pretty well without him. If you get the reigning MVP back and he's going 35-40 a night, which is what he can do, nobody wants to face that.
So, A, do you agree? Because I don't see how you can't.
I absolutely agree with her. But it just means that they're going to be a dangerous out.
Right.
Does it mean that they're going to win a series? The series if they have to play the Knicks or have to play the Cavs?
could.
Sure, absolutely. I think they can beat the Knicks. I think they can beat the Cavs. I don't think they can beat Boston.
But they were close last year. And hopefully
they were.
Hopefully come second round, he's now got his feet underneath him again.
That would be it could be the first round.
Well, yeah, if you're the 8th seed, yeah, that's true.
If you're the 8th seed, if you don't win the 7-8 game.
I hope they avoid that. I don't want him to get his feet wet against the Boston Celtics.
No, I
don't really want that.
I would think that would be almost too much to ask of him.
So
now, he's not coming off the flu or anything, but I mean he could. Then you would just say he's a warrior out there.
So she said that they're the biggest wild card. There was a podcast earlier in the season when he first got hurt.
Right.
It was Zach Lowe, who was also with ESPN, and he said that Embiid is one of the biggest what-ifs that he can remember in sports. So, I mean, he's always hurt come playoff time, right? Or he misses 2 months during the regular season, and he was the league leader in scoring.
Okay.
Is Joel Embiid one of the biggest what-ifs for you in sports? I know a lot of people bring up Lindros because of the concussions.
I've never thought about it in that regard.
You haven't?
Because as far as the biggest what-ifs, because I think that 2 of the times the fractured face is so odd.
And when does that happen?
It's so weird.
Let alone one time, it happened twice.
What's an orbital? But was it an orbital bone?
Yeah.
Whatever. Now I've seen players play in the NBA playoffs with it.
And he did too.
And he did too, and he played through it. But it's got to be as annoying as hell.
Oh yeah,
having a mask on you and everything. So I guess the way I look at it is that Joel Embiid. There's incident guys in sports. I'll call them the incident guy.
Okay.
There are people in sports that always have
Something
crap
happens.
going on around them. They're incident guys. Joel Embiid, I think, is almost like bad luck guy.
So is he one of the biggest what-ifs?
Could be. Yeah, I really don't look at it that way.
And I don't
That's
mean
weird.
like prospect that didn't pan out.
No,
I mean
I
like he is one MVP. Right?
He has.
He's an all-star. He's a max contract player, deserving of said contract.
Absolutely earned it. The MVP does nothing for me.
No, I get it.
It
but
doesn't make me feel
It tells you
warm.
that he is one of the better
Yes.
players in the NBA, but when it comes down to playoff time, he's unfortunately never available.
There's no questions asked.
And if he's healthy.
And when he is injured, then you don't even know how injured, like that Hawks series where he looked like he was walking off with a gunshot wound every single time he went to the bench and somehow didn't need surgery.
Didn't need surgery. He's one of the biggest what-ifs.
That's a good answer.
All right. To start the 8 o'clock hour, we'll reset the show. But at 8:05, one of my favorite segments, believe it or not, today's headlines with Connor Thomas. What haven't we talked about so far? Connor's going to throw them at us coming up at 8:05. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
presented by Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryan.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. We got today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in about 4 minutes. We'll reset the entire show afterward. But, John, I got to give you something that I love.
What's that?
Something that I actually hate.
Power rankings?
No, I wish.
Mock drafts?
No, I hate those.
Okay, I'm learning these things. I got to keep a list.
I told you, mock drafts is the biggest fraudulent thing. I will read mock drafts the week of the draft.
Okay, that's fine.
I do not read a mock draft until the week of the draft.
Right. Well, we could do our own mock draft.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Of like candy bars or something. That's never been done.
No, it's never been done. Well, how come we didn't do a field of 64?
We didn't do it. We didn't invent it.
So, Jeff McClain is in Orlando.
What?
Because the coaches' meetings are going on right now. So we'll probably talk to Jeff tomorrow, which is great.
I can't see Jeff on It's a Small World.
No?
No,
I can see him on the cups.
I can't see him on the Cubs.
Twisty Cups.
I could see him on one of the more, rock and roller coaster.
No smile the entire time.
Jeff gets his picture coming off. It's the same picture. It's his headshot
with his notepad.
He's got his notepad going. Man, this wasn't very realistic. Good see him. He's awesome, man.
So, all right. So he's talking to Shane Steichen, right?
Yes.
Former offensive coordinator, now head coach of the Indianapolis Colts.
Hey.
Colts head coach Shane Steichen at the NFL owners meetings. The former Eagles OC said he saw only so much film of the Birds offense last season, but noted, guys, that the Eagles finished in the top 10 in a bunch of categories.
Wow, they have the talking points down.
Why do we do this? Like, yes, they did finish top 10 in this and top 10 of that.
He's friends with people.
No, but it's not in the Steichen thing. Howie points it out. Sirianni points it out. You guys know that you did not play like a top 10 team, so stop bringing it up. I hate look at the numbers.
Because it's look over here. Let me distract you. Let me distract you by look here, don't look at this. And part of it, though, is I do understand it because it is it's not like they were garbage all year.
Well, then why'd you fire Brian Johnson if you were top 10?
They were.
Why'd you fire him? If you were top 10 offensively, statistically, why would you fire Brian Johnson? That means that he didn't do a good enough job?
Didn't do a good enough job. And more importantly, I believe part of that was the conflict that was going on in the locker room.
No, I agree, but
I think that's part of the conflict that was going on between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
It's probably part of it. But you're saying that it's probably a good play to point out like the good of the Eagles. But then why would you fire people if it's so good? Why would you fire people? I had to hear how last year they were in the top 10 of tackle rate, like missed tackle percentage. You watch 5 seconds of an Eagles game, you could tell that they couldn't tackle well. It wasn't just all across the NFL. They were horrible at it last year. I just hate this top 10 stuff. But he does believe that Nick Sirianni will work well with Kellen Moore, according to Shane Steichen. I mean, they did work well together.
No, I think they're gonna do fine.
So if they work,
I think Kellen Moore is going to be calling the shots, and Nick Sirianni is going to be the vibes guy. He's going to be Garrett Stubbs. I'm convinced of this weekend.
You hate Garrett Stubbs.
The Garrett Stubbs stuff is just like you got to have a vibes guy in the locker room. Oh yeah. Tell that to Ricky Pitalico. The 93 Phillies had the vibes guy.
Ricky was the vibes guy. Come on.
Yeah, he's
Ricky was?
Mr. Vibes.
Yeah. Him and Jeff McClain next to each other on the roller coaster. You have that. I'm saying this, is that Nick Sirianni is going to have to be the Garrett Stubbs of the Eagles. He's going to have to pick the victory song.
But if they're not doing well, he's got to be able to lead the team, which...
Okay.
We'll see if that's the case. They better start off hot. It's 8:05. Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
All right, boys, we had a busy weekend here in Philadelphia. A lot of stuff to get into. Now, we know that Matt Strahm got an extension from the Phillies over the weekend. And I want you to hear a little bit about what he had to say about getting this. There's more to it than just him getting the extension.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be here, and it makes it a lot easier throughout the year when you know where you're going to be next year. So it's nice to get it done before the season started. And like I said, my family and I love it here in Philly and don't want to go anywhere else.
What makes it the right spot for you and your family? Why do you like it?
I just think Philly fits my personality, the city of brotherly love. I mean, I know when I'm doing bad, so I expect you to tell me when I'm doing bad.
I like that. Yeah,
I do too.
I respect that. Not many players get that. Not many players. Look, I know you were Mr. Jason Kelsey's press conference was too long.
I was going to say I didn't. It was a little long for me.
Come on,
but it was still
perfect.
It was perfect for you. It was perfect for you.
But he pointed it out first, right? A couple of years ago. I remember we reacted to it on the show when Ben Simmons sat out the first game. This is before he got traded, right? Jason Kelsey was asked about it. Because this was during what? I'm guessing OTAs or training camp, whatever the season would have been. And no, it was regular season. And he said, look, it's not hard to play in Philadelphia as long as you understand it. Like, you get cheered if you sprint to first base.
Absolutely.
Right? You get cheered for if you try. And then if you're playing poorly, they'll let you know. You just got to realize that they care. That, Philadelphia fans were here before the players, and the fans will be here after the players. I don't understand how guys can't get that.
I don't either. Especially when and do their best to try to embrace it.
Yeah.
To embrace it.
And look, they've had fun. I asked Matt when I was down there. I was like, what was it like pitching in this environment? They loved it, man.
Yes.
So they know that if things are going well, the good will come, right, with the fans. Like, I get it. We are crazy. We are. Chauncey Gordon-Johnson called us obnoxious, and a lot of people may agree with that. But when things are going well, you're a king.
I think I agree with it.
I agree with it. It's probably accurate, but he needed to apologize, and he did. I'm glad that he did.
It's all great. And that also means, too, not just that he loves Philly, but now the Philadelphia Phillies have all of their players either under team control via option or signed through next year.
Well done.
Wow.
Well done to give
looks
you
like it's happening
flexibility.
again.
No, they're still going to trade.
Well,
guys.
you got everybody under contract or option. The only two options.
That doesn't mean
are
you can't
the
trade.
That means you can move them. Anybody you want to move.
I know. I'm just saying it's more likely than not. This is largely the team you'll have for 2 years.
Okay.
So something to keep an eye on there.
Including Taijuan Walker?
And he's under contract.
And Garrett Stubbs.
Well, anyway, speaking of playing in Philadelphia and earning this city's respect, this guy had it forever when he played here. Jeremiah Trotter talked about what would happen over the weekend if his son was drafted by a certain team down in Dallas.
If he's drafted by the Cowboys, maybe that's where God wanted him to go, and I told him I can't wear a jersey, though. I'm just going to have to wear neutral colors. I'll probably wear his college jersey. I can't put on a Dallas jersey. I just can't do it. I mean, I feel, maybe I'm a little arrogant, I feel I'm too important to the city, to the fans. You know what I'm saying? If I was just a regular player to come through, but I feel like the relationship that I have with the Eagles fan base, it would be too much betrayal, so I couldn't do it.
I respect it.
That's not too arrogant of Jeremiah Trotter. He's beloved. He's beloved a generation later than he played. He is beloved here.
Now,
and
let me ask
it.
you something.
Yes.
Is it different because he's a former player?
Yes.
Like, I'm saying if Cooper grew up and got drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
Like, you're not rooting for the Dallas Cowboys, I hope.
I'm rooting for my son.
You root for your son.
Would you wear the jersey?
I don't think I would.
Ooh.
I wouldn't either.
I don't think I would, but, I also feel like a bad dad if I don't.
I think I might have to.
Because he's my kid, and I didn't play for the Eagles.
No, root for your kid. Be there and be the biggest cheer in the house for your kid.
And hope for them to lose?
No, you're not hoping for them to lose except when they play the Eagles. That's how I'd take it, is that, I can't do that. And it would be tested.
Well, what if he's star quarterback? Throws 5 touchdowns.
I don't know.
Because we're working on it.
Do you believe that? He got the football for his birthday. What are you thinking?
He's a big fan of it.
Whose gene pool is going to help him be star quarterback?
Probably none of ours.
Is it Christie's?
I would say none of ours, probably. But I respect it. I respect Jeremiah Trotter.
I do, too.
For taking that stance.
And I would also say 4th round, 3rd day pick. I'm totally fine with Jeremiah Trotter Jr. being an Eagle.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think he's a 2nd round pick.
I don't believe
I don't think
that's
so.
the case either.
All right, got one more, and this is one you guys are familiar with because you guys are the ones who said it earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
Why do we handle the Phillies and Eagles so drastically different? Like, everything's filled with angst with the Eagles, and everything with the Phillies is like, just enjoy yourself.
I don't believe it in that regard because I think with Phillies fans, and I don't know what's happened to this city, but with Philly fans, everything is sunshine and lollipops. With the Eagles, everything is gloom and doom and dread and bitching and complaining.
Mm-hmm.
For the Phillies, they collapsed 2 years in a row with championships right in their grasp. And it's like, yeah, but we love this team. They're the best. And you know it's true. That's why you're laughing.
I'm not saying it's not true.
You know it's true.
Now, I do think that the fan base was more critical of the Phillies last year than you give them credit for.
I
But
agree.
whether that's the case or not, they're still not as critical as they are with the Eagles. It's a two-part reason why. Part of it is just the length of the season. Baseball is a different product. Football is always going to feel more intense because the games matter so much more. The playoffs are one and done, and baseball, obviously, series. But there's something else. The Phillies right now, to this new generation of Phillies fans, are found money. It's a lot more fun to win money gambling than it is to just take home a paycheck. And the expectation for this generation of fans was 10 years of no playoffs. This team not being part of the landscape playoff-wise for the city. So now that you have them, it feels like you found something.
Yeah, but when does that run out?
Yeah, when does that stop?
Possibly because this is year 3. That's why I asked the question. So if you're just tuning in, and good job, Connor. It's always a great way to reset the show. It's today's headlines with Connor Thomas. So the jumping off point today was how similar or different our anticipation is for the upcoming Phillies and Eagles season. I'm not saying in general. Like,
I got you.
I love opening day and I love week 1. For this specific season for the Phillies and the specific season for the Eagles that's coming our way in September, how are they the same or how are they different? And the first question that I asked was, have they reached wake me up when territory, which is what you've seen with the Sixers over the last couple of years. You have great regular season performances. You have awards like Bryce Harper won an MVP.
Sure.
Jalen Hurts was the runner-up for the MVP 2 years ago. We were both, not just you and I, but I imagine a lot of Philadelphia was okay when the Phillies lost the World Series. Okay when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. Now, obviously, we wish they won, but
I woke up the next day not angry.
Not angry.
No, not
like,
at all.
Oh, my God. Even though you did lose a major opportunity, you were up 2-1. You were up at halftime by 10 points. You lost an opportunity to bring home a trophy, but because you lost to a dynasty in the Astros, a dynasty in the Chiefs, we were kind of like, all right, they'll come back at some point. They'll be back. And then last year, both teams took steps backward.
But it's the thing what I don't get, though, is, and my buddy John Maley sends me a note, and he's like, look, he says it's 162 versus 17. It's the games that why we do that.
I think that is a big part of it.
But it is a results-oriented business.
Right.
And 2 years in a row, the Phillies have choked away. Not choked away. It's not fair. They have let victory slip away from them, up 2-1 in the World Series with the next 2 games at home.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, coming home, only needing to win 1 of 2 games.
I would say they choked away last year.
I don't think choke as much as it was they frittered away that opportunity. They just really did.
They choked it away.
They did.
Just say it, John.
It was bad. It was the I don't like the choke word.
I get it.
Like, I don't like it because of the fact that sometimes it's not giving a tip of the cap to opposing pitching or otherwise. But the Arizona Diamondbacks, that's going to stick with me.
Well, they should have beat that team.
That's going to stick with me for a while.
They should have beat that team, and they had opportunities too. They had in both games 6 and 7. They had opportunities, both at Citizens Bank Park.
I was terrible
to beat that team, and they couldn't do it. And so, like the whole dancing on my own thing, like you mock it, right?
Well, I mock it because now it's 2 years in a row. It's been a losing song. Find something else.
If they play it again at some point, will people rally behind it, or are there going to be people rolling their eyes saying, "All right, this didn't work before"?
No, I just think
I wonder if the tides change a little bit this year. Like, I think you're correct. You are correct. Not I think. You are correct that we handle the Phillies so much differently than the Eagles in the city. So much differently. But I wonder if that's going to run its course, especially if they start off slow.
And that could be this year. Maybe we'll see it. I want Connor on the record that you're not going to pull this year. It's enough of the feel good and the vibes and all that.
No, I'm going to pull it again.
If this team disappoints or chokes away, in Andrew's words, an opportunity to win, it's not going to be, well,
it was a fun year,
long season.
Well, I wasn't happy after this last season. I wasn't happy after the World Series loss. Like, I get upset when this team loses as much as anybody. But what I'm going to tell you I'm going to do again this year is every single game, regardless of slow start, slow middle, whatever, I know the talent level of this team. I know they're a top 5 or 6 team in baseball. I know they're going to be in the postseason.
You know, but are you comfortable with it? Like, I don't feel comfortable having to rely on, once again, upsetting the Braves and the Dodgers choking away their side. I don't feel, and I'm with you, man. I love the Phillies. I'm Mr. Vibes. And the teams, the Phillies match up well against these teams, but I always have to rely on them being the underdog, and I always still rely on the Dodgers. Like, the Dodgers got better this year.
Why should the Phillies be underdogs to the Braves, who they completely outspent?
They don't have to be underdogs. Here's my point. If the Phillies play the Braves in the postseason, are we really going to be saying, well, the Phillies won 102 games, the Braves won 101, so now the Phillies are way better? It's going to be the same feeling. They're still going to be as good. The Braves are still going to be as good. The Dodgers are still going to be as good. Whoever wins the division doesn't matter because the postseason series is still going to be competitive.
Of course it's still going to be competitive.
So why do we care if they win the division or not?
Because you lower your chances to win a championship the more games you expect to win.
They've proven that's incorrect.
Okay,
No, they haven't won a championship yet, so they have not proven it.
Let me ask you this.
That doesn't matter. Close doesn't mean anything.
Who would you rather start the NLDS? Game 1, Ranger Suarez or Zach Wheeler?
Wheeler.
Okay.
Well, then there you go.
And if you win the division, you have the opportunity to set up your pitching rotation. Oh, by the way, where would you rather play Game 1, Philadelphia or Atlanta?
I'm not talking about preference. You're right. I would prefer them to be the better seed. But if they are.
But you're always we're relying on them going into Atlanta and Ranger Suarez pitching 3 innings and then Rob Thompson picking all the right
and
buttons.
Zach Wheeler relies on his fastball, and it works. Like, if you rely on something,
doesn't mean anything.
If you rely on something that's been working, we don't have a problem until it doesn't work.
If you tell me it's a 5-game series with the Braves where you're opening at Citizens Bank Park and it's Wheeler-Nola, then I'm feeling really good. And then Rangers starting Game 3 in Atlanta.
You feel fantastic.
I'm feeling great. So it matters. So it does matter.
It does matter. You're saying it doesn't matter until it doesn't work. Well, I don't want it to get to the point where it doesn't work because I've been
dodged a
fortunate,
bullet.
right? We have. Dude, the Dodgers losing the last 2 years have also been a big, even though the Phillies
big part of it
lost to the Diamondbacks, so I guess that didn't really matter.
Right.
But the Dodgers being out the last 2 years is a big plus too. And is that going to happen again this year with Yamamoto and Ohtani and everybody else they picked up?
We agree. They have a better shot if they win the division and are a higher seed. But if they are a lower seed, are we really going to go in and say, oh, well, this isn't going to happen again? We're going to have the same belief either way.
You know me. I'm going to get fired up. I'll lose my voice and probably get fired.
So that's my point. Ultimately, we are going to end up in the same spot. So I'm not saying don't root for it. I'm saying don't stress yourself out over whether or not it happens.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll see.
See how it works out.
Let's go to our man, Tasty Cake Dom. What's up, Dommy?
Andrew. Hey, John. Hey,
Dom.
Hey, Connor.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Such a great show. I mean, you guys are awesome, and Bobby's doing a great job,
Yes,
too.
he is.
He is.
You guys, it was a little concerned, right, because I'm a creature of habit, but it's great. And hey, John, one more thing. You don't need to have a list because Andrew and my history, I got the list.
That's very good.
I actually have 2 things that because John, you and I come from the same place. My perspective, you have my perspective on so many things, and there are 2 in particular things that Andrew has said over the years. I can't wait till he says them to you and your reaction. Maybe you already know them. Do you know that Villanova Georgetown is the most boring
game I've ever watched?
Oh my gosh. Now I rooted like hell for Georgetown, but that's a whole other issue.
Yeah, but the only way that Villanova, with Eddie Pickney on Ewing, if Ewing the only way they can win that game is to limit the touch.
By dribbling out the clock, which made it the most boring game I've ever watched. Dom, I appreciate the call, brother. Like Anthony and I did the playbacks during COVID, and
you said that was the most boring game you ever watched.
Because it's just triple pass. Triple pass. Oh.
Wasn't the final score
50-?
No, I thought it was higher than that.
It was so boring,
But I mean,
dude.
wow. The greatest shooting ever in a championship game, greatest shooting performance, I tipped my cap to Villanova.
Yeah, it was a great mid-range game.
Hey.
Extremely boring.
Nobody else.
I love today's NBA, damn it.
I'm telling you, today's NBA. The dunk and the three-point shot.
Yeah, man, it's more electric.
I got to tell you,
it's more electric than dribble, pass, and no shot clock.
No, I don't. Well, the no shot clock's a totally different thing.
Well, that was a big part.
Can't stand
of it.
that.
Yeah, big
Can't
part
stand the no shot clock.
All right, so here's coming up next. All right, so Kevin Nagandi joined us last week, and we expect to talk to Kevin on a weekly basis on the show, which we're very excited about. He said something during our conversation which I picked up on from camp at spring training. Now, based off of this conversation, we'll find out if it actually plays out this way, or was it just words, or just feeling, or just vibes.
Feelings and vibes.
I'll tell you what that is coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatics Update.
No, it's not my typical, I know. But I went with a salad.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I made it. Some farmer's cheese, hard-boiled eggs, cucumber, roasted red peppers, which I love. It's got some beans in it, some avocado in it. It's got a little bit of everything in it.
What do you have to drink?
Oh, come on, my mini Coke Zeros.
You have two?
Of course. I should have just gotten one, but whatever.
I remember going to a Phillies playoff game. My dad took me, and they lost, and it was a real disappointing loss. So we're getting ready to leave, and my dad didn't drive, so of course we had to do a subway to a cab to a high-speed line to another cab, just crazy. But we go to the bathroom before we leave, and I'm a young kid. I'm like not even 10 or something like that. There's this drunk guy in the stall next to me, and my dad's standing next to me. So, I'm kind of embarrassed to be in the bathroom with my dad in the first place. And now we got this drunk guy next to me and goes, "Those bleeping Phillies, I swear there's more blanks than there is peeing in here in their clubhouse." And I was like, oh my God, this guy just cursed, and he used the D word, and my dad's standing there.
I would tell you, no athlete has to apologize to me.
And then he wanted to come back. No, you got to apologize, and it was a great apology.
I like that he addressed it immediately. He did not owe me a thing. I do believe we are obnoxious as a fan base.
We are.
And I believe
that he was obnoxious for saying it on his way out.
And he was. So then he fits with us perfectly.
Right, exactly. I'm glad he's back.
I like this Kenny Pickett move. It's one of those low-risk, possibly high-reward type of deals. I think the most realistic path is he develops more here. Another team wants to take a flyer on him, and you flip him maybe for a second-round pick, kind of like they did A.J. Feely back in the day. Love the move.
Purdy's on the shelf. Dak's on the shelf. They're all there sitting on the same shelf. Nobody is elite over any one of them. I think Jalen Hurts could be. I don't disagree with you. He could be the best quarterback in the NFC. He better sure as hell prove it to me that everything he's got at his disposal,
and that we agree with.
To his credit, I don't think Jalen looks for excuses. But I also want to see that Brock Purdy has got the resources at his fingertips. Anything that says, well, look at what Brock Purdy's got going for him. Jalen Hurts has got it too.
Bust out Philly's name, Antonio Alfonseca.
Tyler Goodell, TJ Bond, Sota Gucci.
Antonio Bastardo. Jim Eisenreich.
Casper Wells, Dane Sardinia, Paul Hoover, Joe Bassini.
Dave Buchanan's been my answer for years, and now he's not a bust-out name. Tyler Goodell. Ramon Avilas.
Oh, R.J. Swindle. R.J. Swindle's a great one. 50-mile-an-hour curveball. He was terrible.
I'm going to give you Michael Stutz. The reliever, Wilson Valdez.
I mean, Andy White, Andres Blanco. Oh, Wilson Valdez. Great one.
Most random Phillies player I can think of, Ricky Jordan.
Most random Philly? Ricky Pitalico.
Who else? Ricky Pitalico is a bust-out name. B.J. Rosenberger is a good one. Yeah.
Ross Globe.
Oh, Jeff Manship. He was here for a hot minute.
Ronald Torres.
Most people remember him as a Ranger, but Mr. Michael Young was actually on the Phillies.
So Taguchi.
I guess that's it. I guess that's it for bust-outs.
All right, the biggest thing I came out of spring training with is that there is no drama. I mean, you think about the Phillies, there's not a lot of spots open on that team. But the main thing is that they're ready to go for opening day. No drama is the best sight that you could have from any team in Major League Baseball when you're leaving spring. They already have it, and there's weeks to go.
Listen, you want Dollar Dog Night to come back, stop throwing them. In fact, what about the people that work here? I'm going to make accusations right now. John Wilkes Booth throws hot dogs. Ray throws hot dogs. Connor throws hot dogs. Haley throws hot dogs. Stop throwing them, and you get Dollar Dog Night back.
Who's John Wilkes Booth?
John Wilkes Booth, Josh. He's down there. Looks just like John Wilkes Booth. He is a descendant.
I never been to the crowd.
Reaction to Saquon Barkley? Good job, Howie. Cool. Now he just has to outperform DeAndre Swift. Got to get 1,300 rushing yards, 1,200, 1,300, maybe about 500 receiving yards. But here's the best thing about it. It's a kiss move. Keep it.
Would Connor have won last year if you were there?
No shot at all. Just my presence alone would have gotten in his head. No shot he would have won.
Are you worried that the year off will make you a bit rusty?
No, I'm never rusty. I was born ready for this competition.
Is Connor actually your biggest competition, or is there anyone else you're worried about?
That's the biggest joke I've ever heard, Dylan. He's not even close to my biggest competition. He'll be the first one out for the Fanatic people, just like he was 2 years ago when I was in it. Not worried at all.
You've seen what Tom has to say. What's your response?
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that a guy that I worked with so closely would stoop so low when it comes to the pre-knockout competition talk. But I'm here for it. Listen, if we're going to fight dirty, let's fight dirty.
Is Tom your biggest competition at knockout?
Yeah, I'm the bigger man, I'll say. He's the defending champion from before I'm the defending champion, so I'll give him the respect to say he's my biggest competition.
Okay, now there's been a lot of talk that you are the Hakeem Olajuwon of the station. He's a Michael Jordan. Do you think that's accurate?
Michael Jordan won a lot. Tom's only won once, and it was way later than the most recent time that I won, so I'd say that if anyone's MJ here, he's standing in front of you.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So I'm going to play you something that Kevin Nagandi said to us last week. Kevin joined us last Friday. And what I love about Kevin is that we can talk to him about quite literally anything. And I can't wait. He's such a big draft nut, too, so I can't wait to talk draft with him because he's such a big college football guy. He hosts the
He does
show
a great
on
job
ABC.
with it, too.
So we'll be able to talk draft with him as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft. But he said something about the Phillies. And I will tell you, based off of my own experience, I'll dive into it. I got a similar message when I was down in Clearwater for a couple of days. Here was Kevin Nagandi last week talking about the Phils.
I actually think the Phillies are ticked off. I think a year ago it was like, okay, we know what we can do. This year it's more like, all right, we're ticked off because we let a lot of people down. We should have beaten the Diamondbacks. We were up in that series, and we got business to handle. Here's the other thing. If we've learned one thing about baseball over the last 2 years, just get into the dance. This team can win anywhere and do anything. Just get into the dance. I don't care about a division. Let the Braves win 115 games and all that crap. It didn't matter. It hasn't mattered the last 2 years. Just make sure they're healthy and get into the dance.
All right, so I don't necessarily agree with the second part.
I'm disgusted that I missed that because I should have jumped.
Because you would have jumped. Yeah, you would have
jumped
jumped
him on it. I'm sorry that I missed that. That's bad on my part.
Well, hopefully when we have him on Thursday or
I
Friday
can jump
this
on
week,
them.
that's how we can start the interview just by you jumping on him.
Kevin, seriously, you
Come
just
on,
say
man.
that?
But he said how the players seem ticked off, right? So I was down there for 2 days, as you know, and I got that message from the people I had on the show and the people that I just talked to off the air.
So you really did.
I got that message that, look, they're still the same fun group of guys. I don't think it's as much fun this year. I think it's more business this year.
Oh, I like hearing that.
And that's something that excites me for the season. You talk about the hot start this year, a lot of it because of the schedule. I think the hot start will also because they're freaking motivated, right? Like, I think they're coming into this season realizing that they dropped the ball last year. When I had Larry Boa on, and Larry's so involved with the team still, right? Still doesn't miss a beat, man.
Energy,
He's
man.
awesome. He straight up said, yeah, the guys realized that they missed an opportunity. He said, credit to the Diamondbacks and credit to Texas. We dropped the ball. Like, they realized that they had their shot to win a World Series last year. And I think they're going to still be that fun group of guys that we all love, right? We'll see Brandon Marsh on the Bull at Xfinity Live, right? Like, we're still going to party with these guys. And the Dancing on My Own will still be there, whether you roll your eyes or not. But I think there's a different mentality with this team, and I got that when I was down there. And then a week after I came back, I had Buster Olney on. And Buster said I hadn't been to camp yet, but based off of the people I've talked to, he got the exact same message that I got. He got the exact same message he's heard from Kevin Agandi. And that fires me up a little bit.
No, that does too. I love hearing that. And one thing I know is from Buster over the years and everything, when I hear something from Jason Stark, I hear something from Buster and everything, Tim Kirchin.
Yes.
I take it to the bank.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I know how they all work locker rooms.
Yeah.
I know how they all literally try to uncover every single stone and see what. They're not just saying it to say.
No.
They're not doing an interview with us just trying to make us feel good. That's the story they're hearing.
Yeah.
So that makes me feel really good.
And I love that Kevin says last year when it or 2 seasons ago, that magical run, all right, we know that they can get there. And then last year was that disappointment. And I think that was a shock to the system for a lot of those guys. So I'm expecting a hot start, not just because of record. Mr. Locked On Phillies podcast.
What's up?
Hot start.
Hot start, not just because of schedule, but also because of the mentality of this team. I think we see a different group this year.
Here's the thing, too. You made this point before, so I'm going to hold you to it. The point that we can't keep expecting the Braves to just lose to them in the postseason. We can't just keep expecting the Dodgers, especially as talented as they are right now, to get knocked out without facing the Phillies. You also can't expect a team this talented to have 3 straight years where they just absolutely soil themselves for the first 2 months. It's just not realistic that they don't have a great start.
You're right.
I'm glad to hear you say this because you Connor is definitely somebody who is
just get
Connor's
in.
But Connor's a perfect person. I was sort of along the lines of
you can leave it at that.
That you want to deal with at 5 in the morning. Connor has energy. Connor is a positive person. Connor keeps things rolling. But I'm glad to hear you say that because it does that that swings a little negative. But you're about accountability here.
Well, yeah.
You're saying it's time for accountability for this club.
It is. It is time for accountability. Now, you said just get in, but if they don't start off well, what are you saying?
No.
Because you're a just get in guy.
Let me clarify this, right?
Okay.
Because what's going to happen if they struggle is that people are going to pretend this team stinks. And they're going to be fine even if they struggle. But they're going to make their path a lot easier if they play the way we should expect them to play.
I don't think anyone's going to say the Phillies stink.
I really don't think so either.
Trust me, we got it last year with a team that was really darn good and almost went to the World Series again, where people are like, this team's broken, the lineup's broken. Like, people turn on this team sometimes, and it fluctuates. They treat it like football season. So I'm just trying to say, like, if they start slow, they'll be okay, but we should still urge them to be better than what they've been the past 2 years.
I think the Phillies get treated with the most optimism, the most kid gloves of any team in this town. And that includes the Union.
You guys are cool if the Phillies have a center fielder hitting 120.
That includes the Union. That's because we're smart baseball.
That's true. That's what it is. You guys
we're smart baseball guys. Now, I'm not a football guy like you, obviously.
What have we heard on the text line today, Connor? You can text the show. You guys know the phone number, 610-632-0975.
I can text that same number?
Yeah, I actually want to try that. Do you get like a response?
I'm going to try it too.
All right, text Connor right now.
I'm going to text Connor something right now. I didn't even, it is amazing.
It is amazing. You can text in to 610-632-0975 if you don't have the time to call. So what is a text that we have on these Fightin' Phils, Connor?
So we have a couple of texts coming in from Father Sean in Parksburg.
Oh, what's up?
God bless you, Father.
And he talks about the Diamondback series and says they choked. Choked is the word to use for that. But also says we're living rent-free in the Braves' heads. And I think that's an interesting point because as much as we look at the Phillies as saying they need to put themselves in better position, I think Atlanta is sitting down there saying, what do we need to do to compete with this team?
Well, I'm just saying, can we rely on being in their heads every single year?
Here's how you're going to know. Here's your little owner's manual to Atlanta sports. Here's how you're going to know that you live rent-free in their heads. Because they're going to tell you that you don't.
Yeah.
They're going to tell you they don't. The fan base is going to tell you. The staff is going to tell you. The players are going to tell you. But what I've seen is maybe this year will be the year that Ronald Acuna in the postseason runs to first base hard when he hits a ground ball in the infield.
Or if there's a ball hitting the outfield, he backs up his center fielder.
Maybe this will be the year that he has total focus on that. To me, the minute Atlanta tells you that they're not living. We're not in their. They're not in our heads. We're the Braves. Bull crapola. I have seen it. I know it. And their playoff failures haunt them. Even after a World Series in 21.
Yeah.
And they're a great organization. I mean, great. But there are roadblocks along the way that have been their stumbling block. And it haunts every single fan. And they are so pissed they've lost to the Phillies 2 years in a row.
Oh, my God.
And they know that nothing they do in the regular season matters because if they have to roll through South Philly this October, the ass beating will happen once again. And I will assume that.
Oh, so
I will assume
as long as the Phillies are the higher seed. I just don't want to always have to rely on it. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that. I don't want to always have to rely on being the underdog and always have to rely on the Dodgers losing on the other side of the bracket. That's all. I want the Phillies to be a top dog for once. That's all. And even if they don't win the division, because I think Atlanta still wins the division. But, don't be 15 games back.
There's no reason. If we're out of the division race another year by Memorial Day, it's freaking unacceptable.
If they lose the division by 1 game or 30 games, as long as they're like the top wild card or whatever, it doesn't make a difference.
Well, then
yes, it does, because you feel the team might be better or worse.
We know how good the team is going to be. As long as they're healthy, we know how good this team is.
We know that the last 2 years, they have absolutely walked that tightrope and pulled off what a lot of people in baseball thought was not going to happen. We do not know that would happen again the third time. But I do believe with the Braves, it would. I really do.
Okay.
I think in a short series. By the way, I wouldn't want to play Atlanta in a 7. I'd want to play them in the 5.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I think in a 7-game series, I'm a believer that the better team over 162 is going to win more often than not.
Yeah, except for last year.
And Atlanta is extremely talented. But if it's a 5-game series, look, they've scored like 40 runs on them.
Yeah.
In the last 4 games that have been played in the postseason here.
It's been incredible.
It's a whooping. And people in that organization have flat out told me personally how much of a madhouse Citizens Bank Park is. And that
4 hours of hell.
And that they wish they had a home field advantage
and
like
they
that.
don't. And they don't.
No, they have a good home field advantage,
not like
but
Philadelphia,
it's not like
man.
Philadelphia.
No. What was the other text we got, Connor?
Those were both for Father Sean.
Oh, they're both from Father Sean.
Thank you, Father.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. So coming up next, I have a question that stems off of what we started about. So you made an incredible point earlier in the show. Congratulations. How often
Mark
does that
comment.
How often does that happen?
Exactly.
About just
1 for 6.
How different we handle the Phillies and Eagles. And it's like polar opposites, man. It's always doom and gloom with the Eagles if there's a loss, whereas the Phillies, it's okay. They fell apart last year, and you're right. I mean, look, Connor and I saw a negative reaction to the Phillies collapse in the playoffs, more so than you did. But you're right to the point where if that happened with the Eagles, it would be handled totally differently,
completely
right?
different.
Especially when you lost to a inferior team like the Arizona Like, look, Tampa Bay Buccaneers still haunts you, does it not?
Oh, it's good. Like Baker
that
Mayfield
still haunts you.
Baker Mayfield's going to haunt me.
Oh no, I'm not even talking about.
Oh, you're
that.
talking about 20.
I'm talking about 02.
02, the walkout of that is the game that ruined me as a sports fan forever.
Right.
Because I walked into that building that day saying, there is no way we're losing.
As we did with the Phillies, both games 6 and 7 against Arizona.
And I thought for sure there was no way we were losing.
But the reaction was not the same. Like back then, it was fire Andy, fire this, trade this guy, trade that guy, blow it up. I mean, you could talk to it better than I could.
Oh, I can tell you. It was negative.
Yeah.
It was negative.
Whereas I
the
think.
The first year was not. The loss to St. Louis.
Right.
The loss to the greatest show on turf was accepted. It was fine.
Right.
The next year was terrible. That Tampa loss was terrible. Followed up by a horrible loss to Carolina when McNabb gets injured and you have to go with Detmer.
Yeah. So based off of that, how we handle the Eagles versus how we handle the Phillies, let's talk specifically about the stars of these teams coming up next, because you always have a bone to pick with how Phillies fans handle Bryce Harper.
Like they pick and choose who we pick and choose to love.
So let's talk about how we, as a majority of Philadelphia fans, handle the Eagles stars versus the Phillies stars. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We continue this conversation next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico.
our guys Bob Cooney and Ray Dunn. Midday show coming your way at 10 o'clock. So we've talked a lot about our handling of the Eagles versus the Phillies. The reason why we're talking about it is because last night I was thinking about the anticipation for the Philly season because opening day is on Thursday. And I wonder if these two teams are reaching similar territory for a lot of people where it's like, yeah, you guys have had a lot of success, but you haven't brought home the trophy yet. And that's what this is all about. Like, we're not saying Super Bowl or bust yet, John, but you know there's people that will say it.
I may say it depending on after I see the draft.
Okay.
And I see a few more moves. And if I see San Francisco taking a step back.
Yeah. Then you might go.
I very well may
NFC's
say
open.
that, yeah.
Now,
absolutely.
Are you saying World Series or bust?
Yes.
So we all are.
Yes.
I am. Connor, World Series or bust?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No questions asked.
And so there's two teams. If you end up getting to that point with the Eagles, that's two teams that we're talking championship or bust in Philadelphia right now, which, A, that's awesome that the teams are good enough for we're going to have that conversation. But, B, that's going to lead to a ton of stress. That's going to lead to me wondering how much some people will actually be able to enjoy the season. I had a topic months ago.
Okay.
Earlier, this is when the Eagles were still, this was before the collapse. So they were probably 7-1, 8-1 at this point. And remember, a lot of people were uneasy. Even though they kept on winning, you were uneasy.
I was uneasy.
But there's like an uneasy feel. And I almost wondered if high expectations almost limits our enjoyment of sports because we're so hyper-focused on if any little thing is going wrong, you're going, that's the reason why they're not going to win. And you're so upset about it. Even though the Eagles were at 1 point 10-1. The Phillies were in the World Series just 2 years ago in the NLCS last year. But every time something little happens, we're going to think that that's the reason why they're not going to win something. It almost takes away from our enjoyment, how high our expectations are for these teams. But as you've pointed out, we handle things differently with the Phillies than the Eagles.
We absolutely do. It's as if, again, I think it goes back to sort of what my daughter's thing was earlier that I mentioned. Going to a Phillies game is an event. We're already looking forward to the event of opening day.
Yes.
If the
guy's walking down center field.
Well, no. Also, the pregame. We're going to hang out with Philly Sports Trips.
Right.
The atmosphere of the crowd, the energy, the excitement. Come on now. That's like if the Phillies lose 4-3.
There's 161
We'll put our heads on the pillow at night and go, good game.
Yeah.
Get them tomorrow.
But if the Eagles start 0-1.
Absolutely. It'll start. Like if they lose in Sao Paulo.
Right.
I will never go to Brazil.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I will never go to I don't think I'm going to ever go to Brazil. I think you're going to get me there. But if the Eagles lose in Brazil, I will not go to Brazil. I will boycott Brazil. I will do an ad campaign to boycott Brazil.
Now, how do we handle the stars differently between these two teams? Now, look, I do think people
we do, right?
We do, but I think people were more critical of Bryce Harper than you like to point out.
Really?
Yeah.
Give me examples of where this city.
Last year during the playoffs, we pointed out that he also collapsed, that a lot of those guys did not hit the ball.
And you think the people of this town made it very vocal that Bryce Harper let them down?
Yes.
I don't believe that.
In the seventh inning, when he pops out to center field weekly, right, it was a weak fly ball to center field.
Did he get booed?
I'm not saying booed, but the people were, definitely.
Castellanos got booed. Castellanos got booed.
Yeah, he was worse.
He was.
Kyle Schwarber got booed.
He was also worse.
They got booed. We have different standards. Jalen Hurts and Bryce Harper should be on the exact same. We did shelf last week.
Mm-hmm.
They should be on the exact same shelf of expectation of this city's fandom.
Are people critical of Jalen Hurts?
Of Jalen Hurts?
I don't think so.
Oh my gosh!
I think Jalen Hurts is everybody's baby in this city.
Wow, I can't believe the way
our audiences over the last couple of years must be totally different.
The way you look at how Harper's received, how Jalen Hurts is received, is how I look at how Harper's received. And the thing is, both guys have given us great reason, to celebrate both of them, and they're always celebrated. But I believe that Jalen Hurts gets held to a completely different standard.
Dude, anytime I was critical of Jalen Hurts, you're a hater.
Like, the hater thing, the minute someone uses the term with me, hater,
you're out.
It's immediately, they go to kindergarten, the listening ears are off. They're done. The minute a grown man or woman is like, you're a hater, No, done.
Yeah, but you
off.
Dude, I don't know. I'll ask Connor. He'll be the tiebreaker here.
Oh, jeez.
I think Jalen Hurts, you can't be critical of to an extent, or people will start freaking out.
He's kind of split because there's a group of the fan base that's like, if you're not critical of him, you're just carrying water for the Eagles. But there's also the group that's like, Jalen Hurts can do no wrong. And I think those groups are pretty heavily at war right now with what happened this past season.
That's not a bit. I think Connor's very measured.
But there are a lot of Jalen Hurts can't do no wrong.
Absolutely. Jalen Hurts. There are Jalen Hurts haters.
Well, no, there are.
No, I think there's more Jalen Hurts haters than there are Jalen Hurts can do no wrong.
No, I don't think that's
it's pretty even.
The athlete. Okay, who is the athlete in this city more than Bryce Harper who can do no wrong?
Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Tyrese Maxey isn't held to the standard. Tyrese Maxey is beloved.
You wait till he gets paid.
Well, that's different. Tyrese Maxey is not there right now. Tyrese Maxey is beloved right now.
Okay.
And by the way, I think he's got the makeup that he may be beloved for good. Like, he has that kind of makeup.
As long as he wins.
Exactly.
As long as he wins and
are
he's a
they
part
going
of
to
it.
win?
Oh, we'll find out.
Right, exactly.
Or at least get to an NBA Finals. Because look at Iverson. Like, Iverson forever beloved, even though they never won a championship, but he got to a championship series.
Like, part in the back of my head keeps saying, this whole Embiid thing and the weird no expectations and everything, could this be the year they get out of the second round?
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Like a weird year where that happens. But to me, there is not an athlete in this town who gets more just benefit of the doubt all the time than Bryce Harper. He's earned a lot of it. Because to get there, you've earned a lot. But
is there anyone who deserves it more?
That's a great question. Because
there's still doubt for Hurts for a lot of people.
Hurts doesn't have the track record of a career that Bryce Harper has, so he doesn't deserve it as much as Harper does. So it may be something, again, it's where they're earned, but I can tell you, we've had Hall of Fame players through this city that have faced 50 times the criticism that Bryce Harper
now,
ever
I think
has.
part of his times have changed.
Part of it is he chose us.
He chose us. That is a big deal for a lot of people, man.
No, but it is.
It's a big deal for a lot of people.
It is.
And he's backed it up. I know they didn't win a World Series.
He's fantastic.
He's won an MVP, launched them into the World Series. You and I were just talking about something that we might want to do later on this week about the Arcia stuff. Dude, that moment, the fact that he hits two home runs in a game after he gets called out by Arcia, like that's movie. It's Hollywood-esque.
Bryce Harper is worth every freaking penny they've paid him, and right now it is approaching value. Like he's getting to the point of that contract where it's a value.
Middleton told him that to his face that he's getting underpaid. That might be why people act differently toward Bryce Harper.
Could be.
That
a lot
could
of
be
theories.
part of it. All right, so we're going to reset the show to start the 9 o'clock hour, talking about how the Eagles and Phillies differ or the same when it comes to our anticipation for the season. Also, based off of that, John read something on Twitter this morning before the show, and it shows exactly how we handle the Phillies differently than the Eagles. We'll tell you what that is next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. I thought about something during the break, John, and we got to get to this tweet that was it a tweet or was it Instagram?
It was a tweet that I
All
read this morning.
So I want you to read it coming up in a few minutes, but I thought about something you said last week.
Okay.
It might have been right before we had Kevin on, or it might have been with Kevin, or you asked Kevin about it.
Okay.
That you're more excited for this Philly season than you were last year's Philly season.
By leaps and bounds.
Which I find crazy.
I found 2022 to be a joyride that literally was 4 weeks in length.
Yeah, but then they
backed into the playoffs.
But then they got better by acquiring Trey Turner.
Okay. They did.
Right?
They did, but I didn't see them as – I didn't see Trey Turner as breaching the gap to win the National League East.
See, I thought it –
I didn't pick them to win the East, did you, last year?
No, but I thought he was going to make it closer. I didn't think they were going to lose. What was the Braves lead?
I didn't think he was going to stink. I didn't think he was going to stink for 4 months.
No, nobody did. But when they signed him, like that led to excitement to start the season. But so then it made me think, where does this Philly season in terms of anticipation rank for you, like in your lifetime? Like, is it high up there?
Absolutely.
Like this season?
Absolutely. I think they're loaded.
Oh, yeah,
I think they're loaded.
Okay.
They are one of the best teams in baseball. They are one of the highest payrolls in baseball. They are built to win. And it's not necessarily built to win that they have to win this year, too. Because as Connor was pointing out, this isn't a team that's going to just fall off a cliff.
It's not. But if they don't win this year, I wonder what the shock is in Philly.
Well, I would also think that 2025 version of Stott and Bohm could be
get
better.
Yeah.
That
Bohm power surge is never coming.
It might never come, but I watched him make a play yesterday at third base.
That leaping grab
was spectacular.
Yeah, fantastic.
I thought he was going to be a butcher at third base.
He's changed his career,
and he absolutely proved doubters like me wrong. And I'm damn glad he did. And so last year I had so many questions going into the year, questions that were answered last year. I believe Stott and Bohm are cornerstones of the future.
Really?
I didn't believe that last year. Yeah.
I would still trade.
I do.
I would trade
no,
him today.
I do.
I would trade him today.
I would not. I would not.
No, the next time the Arenado rumor pops up, which is every year now, it's Zach LaVine with the Sixers. Every year, Nolan Arenado to the Phillies is a rumor that pops up. I would trade him in a heart.
I'd pass.
Heart wouldn't even blink.
Well, I'd pass.
Wouldn't even blink.
Okay.
I'm
not the same way.
I would do the whole. I would drive him to the airport. We'd listen to Dancing on My Own together.
Wow.
And share memories. You know.
Woo.
I give him a case of Miller Lights on his way out because he there's the photos of him with the Millers.
Yep.
You know. But no, there's better third baseman than Nolan Arenado. Or than Alec Bohm. I would not call Alec Bohm a cornerstone of a franchise ever in my life.
I absolutely believe
Bryce Harper's a cornerstone.
He will be a guy by the end of his career that I think will be more deserving of the Wall of Fame than Mike Lieberthal. By the end of his career as a Philly, Alec Bohm will be more of a cornerstone player that he'll get his name up on that wall.
How many years? Look, I agree with you that Mike Lieberthal should not be on the Wall of Fame. I think that's a tragedy that he is.
I think it's just strange.
But he played 13 seasons.
He did, but I don't care about longevity. I'm talking about performance. I think Alec Bohm, the one thing, I doubted him going into last year, and that may be part of this.
Okay.
I was so wrong on him as a fielder that when he proved me wrong, then I just say, bravo, I was wrong. Now prove me more wrong. Like, take your offensive game and make it even a little bit better. And I'm a believer. And Stott's another one.
Okay.
I love Bryson Stott. Love watching Bryson
What about Johan Rojas?
I'm all in on Johan Rojas. You know that.
I'm glad Pache looks like he will be making the the roster.
And I'm happy for that, too.
Did you shed a tear for Jake Cave?
I did not, but the thing is I think that Jake Cave was what I expected Jake Cave to be.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I never expected Jake Cave to be anything.
No.
And I'm not saying that he was nothing. He's a major league player.
Yes, he is.
But I did not expect anything of him, so I'm not disappointed in him.
Okay.
I didn't let him aggravate me.
I would have been disappointed if Pache didn't make the team.
I would have, too, because I like Pache.
Yes, me too.
Jake Cave is going to be great for the Colorado Rockies. Like, that is the perfect type of major. No, not that he's going to be great. That's the perfect major league situation for him.
Oh, okay.
He's not a major league player, but he's a major league player on the Colorado Rockies. That's just kind of what he fits in.
And he'll probably hit 15 bombs there because the altitude helps that out. And Pache will be the starting center fielder before we know it for the Phillies.
Not true.
It's incredible.
All right, so you read a tweet this morning.
Yes.
That almost paints the picture of the difference of the Phillies and Eagles and how we handle these teams.
I got to abbreviate it a little bit.
Why?
Because it's a really long. It's like the manifesto of the Unabomber.
I thought it was about I thought you were going to try to keep the specific player's name.
No, it was the manifesto of the Unabomber regarding Johan Rojas. Okay. And I'm not going to read it with well, no, I am. I'm going to read it with a little bit of a condescending tone. Just hear me out on this. Phillies fans have been hoping for a Gold Glove center fielder for a long time now, and we finally have one. Well, I haven't seen a Gold Glove center yet. I believe he has that capability, but we haven't seen him win a Gold Glove yet. But I'm not going to take issue with that. How about we just show him love and support? And we don't worry about what the batting average is and everything. Why can't we just show a little bit of goodwill to make sure that he feels comfortable and that he's excited for the season and the opportunity? We'd all be better off with it. You would never read that about the Eagles, an Eagles player. No. You would never read it about a Sixers player. You would never read that about anybody but a Phillies player in this town. It is people are reawakening to the Flyers, and there are guys getting killed left and right, like Felix Sandstrom. It is
deservedly so.
It is. Oh, absolutely. Talk about drive to the airport.
Yes.
No, I'm giving him a SEPTA token. Do they have? No, I'm buying him one of those passes. No more tokens.
No more tokens. Yeah.
So I'll buy him one of the little cardboard tickets.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But to me, that sums up a segment of this fan base that is so like, can't we just show him love and support? Can't we just do that? Let's do that.
Well, isn't that what you're kind of doing?
No, I'm not doing love and support.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care if he's hitting 150.
I didn't say that. I said Memorial Day.
Okay.
I know that you have to give somebody an opportunity to succeed, and in the larger sample size that we look at, he was a 302 hitter. In the smaller sample size, he was like a 157 hitter. I'm not ignoring the 302 or ignoring the 157. I'm saying let it freaking breathe when the guy has a unique skill set that is better than anyone in your organization.
Yes, I agree
and
there.
Arguably better than anyone at his position in baseball.
Now, let me ask you this. So you're saying Memorial Day. So
I'm saying Memorial Day, 50 games. That's around the 50 game mark.
May 1st, you're still giving him the love and support.
No, I'm not giving him love and support. I'm giving him patience. I'm not giving him love and support. If he's hitting 130, you're not going to hear me going, "Oh yeah, he's great." If his defense is great, I'll praise that and I'll say that batting average needs to come up. His approach at the plate needs to come up. I'll hold him accountable.
Okay.
But if it's Memorial Day and we're talking 150, that's a major problem. And I no longer would necessarily go, but I promise you this, Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, Alvarado, anyone else, Sir Anthony.
Yeah.
They would all say,
he wants
give me him every day of the week.
Now, I do find this interesting. Now, these are two totally different players in terms of focal points of the team. But Hurts did get that from a lot of people when his rookie season or first full season as a starter, the be patient approach. I was very critical of Jalen Hurts. I did not want him to be the quarterback moving forward. I wanted them to trade for Russell Wilson. I've talked about this.
Yeah, you did. You were all Russell Wilson.
His first season, a lot of people wanted to do the give him time thing.
I did.
But that's so much different.
Because I cannot make a judgment. The first year, the 2021 season of Jalen Hurts, I couldn't make a judgment on Jalen Hurts as a starting quarterback. I saw so many good things and then things that gave me concern.
Right.
But I felt that the things that he needed patience with were things that could be taught, things that could be learned, things that could be by reps getting better at. And they did to an MVP type level.
Yeah, absolutely.
I saw regression last year, but I believe there were contributing factors to that. I absolutely am not ready to. I'm more patient as a sports fan, though, than I was when I was Ray Dunn's age. I'm more patient today by leaps and bounds because I've made so many mistakes before as a sports fan evaluating athletes and saying, oh, this guy's a bust. This guy sucks. This guy's nothing. and then they end up being something because I was too quick to pull the trigger.
Right.
So I tend to give that grace
But I think
period.
Hurts had that grace period his first full season as a starter.
And I think he deserves it a first-year starter.
Just because Rojas, it was a nice, very well-written tweet.
Let's just, can't we show him? No one said, let's just show Jalen Hurts love and support. No, they did not.
Not true.
They did
there
not.
were a lot of people that were
Love
doing
and
that.
support?
Dude, there were people that he would make one good throw an entire 4 quarters, and people would go, see, that's the one throw. That's the throw that we can look
I saw a lot
for.
more than one good throw. Like all those that first year. I remember the first year much differently than you did. I remember it as
I was doing post game.
I
So
got you.
last year was pregame. I used to do post game, and I remember Hurts made like a back shoulder throw in like week 10, and I was like, wow. He finally made a back shoulder throw. Quarterbacks do that 6 times a game.
Here's what I'm going to say to you. So until December, you would have been trashing Jordan Love. And then in December and January, you're all Jordan Loved up.
Oh, yeah, man.
Because, I mean,
he's on that tier
but
trending
the
upward.
idea is that, and Jalen Hurts was trending up.
See, I'm much more reactionary than you are, I think.
But the thing is that, again.
Positively and negatively. Whereas your logic. I jump on things quickly way too often.
And logic sometimes, as a sports fan and as an analyst, drags me down.
Right.
I love your boundless enthusiasm or your boundless critique that just flies out of your mouth. I can't be that way. It's not the way I react to games.
Right.
But give me 2 months of Johan Rojas hitting 150, and I promise you'll hear a different John.
Okay. Well, hopefully he's not hitting 150.
No, I don't believe he will.
2 months of
I don't believe he will. But if he's hitting at the new Mendoza line, which is now the Schwarber line.
Right, which
if
was
he's
what,
hitting
175.
Close, if he's giving you Schwarber's batting average and he's giving you the best defensive center field in baseball, I'm going to say double down, keep it going.
All right, so you'll take Rojas 175 as long as he's playing Gold Glove center fielder.
Gold Glove center field. Has to be.
What would you rather have? Schwarber 175 40 bombs or Rojas 175 Gold Glove center field? You have to pick one now.
Schwarber.
Okay, me too.
Oh,
There's no question.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question. Because of the production.
I thought you were going to say Rojas.
So there you go.
All right, so we got a great tweet. So B. Gunn put out the tweet. Our associate producer, Brendan Gunn, put out the tweet about how we handle our stars differently, Eagles versus Phillies. And Michael checks in. Baseball is a game of failure. That's a lot harder to point at one specific play that defines a game, whereas football, it's easier to say that a drop pass or a missed tackle or something of that ilk is the reason why you lost a game. So you could hyper-focus on a specific player for losing a game. Like Bryce Harper, I still am so upset about the weak fly ball in the 7th inning of that game. And that was game 7 of the NLCS.
The last 2 games of last year, the last 3 games of the year before.
Right.
With everything on the line, Bryce was terrible. At the plate, terrible.
But he did the go-ahead home run in Game 5 of the NLCS.
And I said that. There's different things. Is that you can say Bedlam at the bank is one of the greatest things that we'll remember that. On my deathbed, I'll remember that. That was a spectacular moment. But it doesn't. Both statements can be true. They're absolutely true. Is that when everything's on the line, the last 2 years, he has not done well. When it's been, he's part of the reason you're there. And by the way, with that contract, he's expected to be part of the reason that you're there.
It wasn't just him, though. Like, when everything was on the line for Castellanos, he didn't come through. Trey Turner,
I'm going to talk about the guy who is the biggest ticket item, the biggest star, the one who is supposed to be your best player first.
Right,
and then I'll talk about everybody else down the line.
But what Michael's saying is, all right, so Jalen Hurts, the pass could have been dropped by A.J. Brown in the end zone, and that's the reason why they lost. Even though Jalen Hurts may not have had a great game.
Oh, you're right.
But in the final quarter, final drive, final play, if A.J. Brown drops a touchdown pass, you're going to remember that being the reason why they lost. You're not going to point out the fact that Jalen Hurts played 3 bad quarters beforehand, because when it mattered most, he did make the right throw. Baseball's different.
I got red in the face, pissed with the people were getting on Jalen Hurts about losing that game at Dallas this year.
Right, when there was two other fumbles and dropped touchdowns.
He kept putting the balls in people's hands, right in their hands, and they were still blaming Hurts. So maybe I tend to be a bit of a Hurts apologist at times, but I am very patient especially with a quarterback. And now Dylan here on Twitter says the way to guarantee that Trey Turner is going to have the best season of all. He says, you and Andrew are always talking about Rally House. He said, you need to roll into Rally House and buy a Trey Turner jersey.
Go for it, man.
I don't know that I'm going to take him up on that. I am going to get something new, Philly.
You have to, man. It's a new year.
He says, but he goes, you need to roll in and get a Trey Turner jersey. I don't know that I'm going to do that. But maybe a Rojas.
So the reason why we're talking about because you're all Rojas stuff. There's going to be a lot of Rojas jerseys this year, I can tell. The reason why we're talking about this all is yesterday, I thought about it last night right before I fell asleep. It was after Cooper's birthday party, so my brain was in shambles at this point.
Is that the only reason why you were falling asleep?
Yeah, well, I'm sure the beer that helped me get through the birthday party helped as well. But it is opening week. Opening day is Thursday for the Phillies. And, we're excited for the season. We'll make our predictions as we get closer to opening day. Opening day is going to be a fun day. Thursday's show is just going to be a ton of Phillies talk. And I was trying to think about our expectations and our excitement and our anticipation for this Phillies season and how it compares to the Eagles season. And then John made the point about how we just handle the Phillies so much differently than the Eagles. And you're right about that. You are not wrong when you say that
I'm talking about the final result.
Yes.
Not the fact that there's 162 versus 17.
Right, because a lot of people are pointing that out.
The final result is we give the Phillies that was a lot of fun. Good job, guys. And the Eagles get freaking crushed in this town, even when they go to the Super Bowl, even when they go to NFC Championship games.
Right.
It's a completely different standard. And everybody knows it.
Now,
you know it.
Braden checks in on Twitter he goes the opposite. He says, I have higher expectations for the Phillies. They've had the second highest payroll in all of baseball in a sport. You can spend as much as you want, but it just becomes random in October, depending on who gets hot. Whereas the Eagles have the most recent ring, so I don't get as mad with them.
He makes a point that's very valid.
The Eagles thing, I was upset week one the following year when they were losing.
You mean against Atlanta that night?
Yeah, and then Tampa.
Well, they weren't losing.
They lost to Tampa. Whatever they lost
to Tampa week 2.
Yes, to Ryan Fitzpatrick and Deshaun Jackson.
Right.
I was angry watching that game, so I never felt that emotion. They can do no wrong. I never had that emotion. I wanted more. Right? Remember the old saying, once you taste the meat, you want the whole steak.
I feel like I changed as a sports fan when they won.
You see, I never did.
I do. I feel like I
was on an island. I was on an island.
I got softer as an Eagles fan after seeing them win that Super Bowl. That I remember when the ball in New Orleans went right through Alshon's hands. I did not.
I was pissed.
I was pissed that the season was over, but I didn't feel the same like I felt after others.
I was angry because I thought that they would beat Doug Peterson owned Sean McVay for whatever reason. I thought they would have won that NFC Championship game.
And had a chance to go back.
And you have a rematch.
Right.
Again, it would have been Foles and the Eagles versus Brady and the Patriots. And the Patriots scored, 12 points in that game, like 13 points? The Eagles could have won back-to-back Super Bowls. But I was the crazy one that was upset that they lost to the Saints. I was the crazy one that when they lost the second game of the season. So I think Braden's on to something, but
I think Braden makes a very good point that
the Phillies should be.
Braden sounds very logical. Him and I would really.
You guys would get along.
He's very logical, and he made me think, and I like it when people make you think about something.
I wonder, should it be the reverse? Let's talk about that. You could text in at 610-632-0975, or you can call him. Think about this during the break, John. You say that we hold the Eagles to a different standard than the Phillies, which is totally true. I would like to think we should hold them to an even standard. But
never going to happen.
Should it be the reverse? Because the Phillies have, you could say, come up small, and
well, it's like saying everybody treats their kids the same.
When they don't.
Every mom and dad has a favorite kid if they have multiple kids.
Now, should it be reversed, at least for this season? We'll talk about it. It's Kincade and Salciunas. It's a Monday morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A Sunday split.
Salciunas, I could use a Bagster right now.
We're going to get you one.
Well, after the birthday party.
You need that much for the birthday party?
Well, there's a lot of
beer bottles?
There's a lot of beer bottles. Jeez. It was a fun party, man.
I insist, and I'm sorry to the parents out there, the elaborate birthday parties for first 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds.
It's for the parents.
For the parents.
Yeah. It was
It's
for
a
me.
social event for the parents.
I got him kicking for 2 years now.
You know what you used to get? I bet you Bob Cooney used to get Cookie Puss.
What?
He used to get that was the
what?
Don't turn to me like I know
that
what
was
you're
the
talking
thing
about.
from Carvel. There was Fudgy the Whale and Cookie Puss.
Oh, and Cookie Puss. Okay.
And it was
That
one
was
of the
the
two.
adult version.
And one of the two, the cakes. Like, we didn't get these elaborate birthday
When did they
parties
change the
and
name of that one, or is Cookie Puss still alive and well?
I will have to check the Carvel website.
Oh, okay. All
And
right.
see if that is. You're the ice creamsman. You have like tons of ice. You held an ice cream social.
My ice cream is an 18 plus, dude.
And you get you.
Like,
had,
I don't need.
you had an ice cream social, and you didn't serve ice cream.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
abysmal on your part.
Ice cream social. And we never. Well, Christy bought a freaking cake, a gigantic cake, and so everybody ate the cake. We forgot to put out the ice cream.
You can't have a birthday without a cake.
Yes, you could. If it's an ice cream social, it's a dessert.
You have to have a birthday cake, though.
No, you don't.
That's interesting.
All right. So, do you want a Devontae Parker jersey?
I do not. I really don't.
Oh man, he's the newest Eagle.
And now I'm getting 2 other people saying, you got to do the Turner thing now. That's the truth. That could change the karma.
Well,
like me spending money at Rally House. And by the way, I brought my Rally House Christmas and birthday gift cards.
Oh, did you really? Oh, that's big. That's good.
So I will be buying something.
If a jersey was free, would you get it?
A who?
An NFL legit jersey.
Yes, absolutely I would.
So if you were a Patriots fan, would you get a Devontae Parker jersey? They are giving them away at the team store.
Yeah, because I could maybe change the number.
Okay. Connor?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
for sure. You could do something funny with that content.
Trying to think if
content.
Jalen Rager, they're giving away free Jalen Rager
hell
jerseys.
yeah.
Oh, guess what I do? Yes.
You get one?
Yes.
I would not get one.
See, I would just for the novelty of it.
100%.
That's a dumb novelty item.
It's free.
It's free. That's what I say. Connor, you're smart. There it is right there.
He's smart because you guys agree. Because you guys agree with each other.
There's the Rally House gift cards in the wallet right there, ready for today.
Okay, well, you enjoy yourself.
But I don't think I'm going to be walking out with the
Trey Turner jersey.
I don't think I will, but you never know.
All right, so before we went to break, we read the tweet from Braden and how Braden is now more critical of the Phillies than the Eagles because the Phillies, top 2 payroll in baseball the last 2 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Have gotten close and have shied away, even though the Eagles got close last 2 years ago. He thinks the Phillies should be held to a higher standard right now.
I don't necessarily disagree with that because the Phillies, it's easier to be a great team in baseball than football because in football, it's an even playing field. You have to be able to manage a cap. You have to be able to – you can't just go out and buy like Nolan Arenado. Oh, yeah, just go get Nolan Arenado, and let's get every other All-Star who's ever washed up All-Star that we can. Bring him on in.
He's going to – wasn't he the runner-up for MVP last year?
I don't believe so.
Who won? Goldschmidt?
I don't think Nolan Arenado.
Or was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
It might have been 2 years ago.
Nolan Arenado's not washed up.
Yeah, last year was Acuna and like Mookie Betts.
I'll take Alec Bohm. I really will. I'll take Alec Bohm.
You love
and I'll spend the money
daycare,
elsewhere,
don't you?
I'll sell. Oh, I do. I do like the. I believe in the core of the daycare. But wait a minute, Garrett Stubbs isn't in the daycare.
No, he's not.
Good.
No.
Okay. Then I'm fine.
So you think the Phillies should be held to a higher standard?
I would think so.
Can we try to be equal? Like, can we try to make it where we're critical of both? Like, if a guy's struggling, no matter what jersey they wear, that we point out that they're struggling, and if they're playing well, no matter what jersey they're wearing, we celebrate it.
Yes, we can always hope for equality. We're never going to get it. You can have an ideal. You can be idealistic, Andrew, with stars in his eye.
Yes.
That believes that things are going to work. That's not the way it's going to be because we inherent by nature. And by the way, I am not immune to this. I'm not acting like you do something that I don't do. But in our nature, to some varying degrees, we play favorites. We play favorites in life. We have favorite TV shows.
Yeah, but
We
aren't
have
you more
favorite drinks.
critical of your the Phillies are my favorite, right? I'm very vocal
very clear,
about
very
that.
clear.
The Phillies are my favorite. I am more critical. I think I'm more, if not as critical of the Phillies as the other teams.
No, I agree with you. I think you are. I think you hold the Phillies. To
And
a
I
high
don't do the act every game like it's an Eagles game.
And you do not do that. And
I break mine every 10 games. I do 10-game increments.
That is where we're going to get along very, very well
That's
because
good.
I don't overreact to. I remember when the Phillies in 2022 got swept by the Cubs at home.
Mm-hmm. Oh, at the
right
end?
after the All-Star break. No, right after
at
the All-Star
break. Okay.
And they got swept by the Cubs, and people came in here that Monday losing their
I
mind.
thought you meant the one with the last 2 weeks of the season.
Oh, that was not funny.
I was going to say that you should have freaked out.
But to me, I do not consume baseball like football. So
you shouldn't, or you'll lose your mind.
I think exactly. And I do not want to lose my mind as a sports fan. I want to enjoy being a fan. I want to enjoy it. I didn't enjoy a lot of last year's Eagles season. I didn't.
No, I don't think a lot of people did.
I didn't enjoy a lot of it.
I know you kept on getting the emails and the tweets and the callers saying, well, they keep on winning, John. They're 10-1. I don't think people actually enjoyed the season last year.
No, I think
even when they were winning.
There were a lot of people that were, I think even the people who were giving me those emails or tweets that, by the way, disappeared at the end of the year.
Yeah, of course.
They were nowhere to be found. Saying that whole line. To me, I think that they didn't believe themselves. They didn't want me to be right. They didn't want it to be right.
Right, of course they didn't want it to be right.
And they're like, Kincaid's wrong so often that he's bound to be wrong here too.
But I think they were also happy that they kept on winning games. I mean, bottom line, the games were not fun. Like, they were not enjoyable. Every game, the Eagles, both games against the Commanders were not enjoyable. Like, they were not enjoyable football games because even the previous year, think about it, the previous year, the Eagles just stampeded over every single team they played except for a couple of potential trap games that they ended up winning. But last year, the 10-1, it's not like it. Jeff McClain said it was the most miserable 10-1 football team he'd ever covered.
And when he wrote that, people were giving pushback, saying, oh, my gosh,
evil media.
Totally ridiculous. And it couldn't have been more right. That's why I trust the guys who are in the locker rooms on a daily basis. I don't trust the fan with 280 characters telling me what the locker room's like. Like, I mean, it's like I'll go in the Phillies locker room this week. And I promise you, and I'll probably go in 8 to 10 more times. And I will never be able to tell you in any kind of factual basis what the locker room is like. Because you know what they do? When the media is out of the locker room and they close the door, that's when you find out what the clubhouse is like, the locker room's like. We don't know. Guys who are there every day, who have built the long-term relationships, they know. They hear about it.
Why is it, John, let me ask you this first. Has it always been this way where the fan base and the media has such a disconnect?
No.
Now, why is it more so now? Because I do the bit of the evil media, right? Like, you know, I tried to bridge the gap between fan and media because, like you, I trust the people that are actually covering the teams. They are not making up stories to get clicks. Like
when Tim McManus tells me something, when Jeff McClain tells me something, Zach Berman tells me something, Andrew DiCecco tells me something, I believe it a hell of a lot more than anything I think in my head. That's just the Eagles.
Right?
I think the Eagles have arguably the best beat core in all of pro sports.
But then there's a lot of fans that dislike the Jeff McClains and the Tim McManuses.
Because you know what they want? They want to be cheerleaders.
But do we
they want cheerleader coverage.
But they do know that they're reporters and they're not cheerleaders.
They want cheerleader coverage. They want to hear positives about their teams. I don't want to hear the negative. Don't tell me the negative. No, they want to hear the negative. I can tell you this, is that I believe media in Philadelphia, I believe the sports media was better than it is today. And I include myself in that. I think overall, if you took the entire media corps, we had legendary figures in this town.
Oh, absolutely.
Who, by the way, treated their jobs not like hot take city.
Right.
And they were legitimate storytellers.
So you think part of it is also the media's fault?
Yes,
absolutely. As to why there's this disconnect between fans and media.
Because the love and the desire of people to be loved, to try to get clicks, to try to get likes, is so immense that it's changed our role. It's changing. We're trying to get eyeballs. We're trying to get ears.
Right.
We're trying to get likes. We're trying to get. But the one thing, thankfully, and working with you, and in the past working with other people here at this radio station, we do not have a bunch of people unified into what's the most outrageous thing that we can say that will then create that atmosphere. I don't like that, and I think a lot of people don't like it.
Now, does it ever go back?
No.
Wow.
Cat's out of the bag.
Let's go to Zach in Bethlehem. Zach, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going today?
What's up, Zach?
Hey, you guys are talking about how the Philly fans were kind of felt unrest after the end of the season. I felt the same way. After each game, and then when we got to that point where we were 10-1, yeah, we were winning games, but we weren't really blowing out any teams, and the offense really wasn't connecting towards the second portion of that.
They won't tell you that. They'll tell you they were top 10, though, Zach, in all their statistical categories.
Oh, of course they can. I mean, they can bend it however they want from a PR standpoint. But as a fan looking at the games, I was like, what did I just watch? I was like, it just didn't seem like a cohesive unit.
Yeah, there was something off, right, Zach? There was something.
I could put my finger on it.
Neither could Sirianni.
And you know why, Zach? Though, is because it's the exact point that Andrew and I were just making. We're not in that locker room when the door. We're not connected enough to know what was actually going on there. And so So what happened is there was something off. We could see it. We just didn't know what caused it. Sort of like if you get your stomach upset after eating at a restaurant. You don't know what it was.
You don't know exactly what it was.
But you know where you ate.
Thanks for the call, Zach.
Thank you,
we
buddy.
appreciate it, man. Yeah. Look, it was a weird year. Now this season will be a lot of fun, but I wonder what that buildup is like and how
it's going to be wild.
How similar is it to the Phillies, or how drastically different is it to the Phillies? That's what we've talked about all day today, and you might be able to hear some of that more coming up next, because we start the next segment with the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. And then we do our crossover, our daily crossover with Bob Cooney, who's been doing a tremendous job. His first week was in the books during the midday show, so he kicks off week 2 today. So Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, followed by our crossover with Bob Cooney. Coming your way next, Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia.
owners' meetings going on in Orlando, Florida, so all the coaches doing a lot of media availability. So if there's anything said by Nick Sirianni, I'm sure Bob Cooney will let you know during the midday show. But Robert Saleh was asked about Bryce Huff. So Olivia Reiner, who does a tremendous job, she covers the Eagles for the Inquirer. So Huff, this was Robert Saleh and Bryce Huff, head coach of the New York Jets. Bryce, elite pass rusher. Closes games. People want to say that all he does is rush the passer, but all Mariano Rivera did was close 9th innings. So he's a pretty darn good pass rusher, and he'll be great for Philadelphia.
That's high praise.
I'll take that.
That's really good. I'll take it, too.
I'll take that.
I'll take that skill set if it comes about. I'll take it.
Seriously. And then you end up finding out that the contract will probably end up being a team-friendly deal if he amounts to that Hassan Reddick type player, which it looks like he'll be replacing at some point. All right, it's time now for Kincade and Salciunas, Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Why do we handle the Phillies and Eagles so drastically different? Like, everything's filled with angst with the Eagles, and everything with the Phillies is like, just enjoy yourself.
I don't believe it in that regard because I think with Phillies fans, and I don't know what's happened to this city, but with Philly fans, everything is sunshine and lollipop. With the Eagles, everything is gloom and doom and dread and bitching and complaining. For the Phillies, they collapsed 2 years in a row with championships right in their grasp. And it's like, yeah, but we love this team. They're the best. We just love them. And it's like love on them. They're the best. It's so strange because I felt this morning, I said to Connor, am I living in two different towns? Because the way the Eagles get treated and the criteria they're held to, the standard that they're held to, and the criteria that the Phillies are held to, it's as if I live in Spokane for the Phillies season and I live in Philly for the Eagles season. Because I don't understand it, how the same people, the same populace, looks at two teams and has totally different levels of angst, expectation, critique. The Phillies get away with murder in this town. Murder!
I wonder if part of that is still the honeymoon of 2 years. That Phillies run was so much fun that I think people are still kind of living in that honeymoon phase, but I wonder if this year's different. There were a lot of angry people when they choked away the NLCS last year. So Orion Kerkering is not going to be starting on opening day. He'll be on the injured list.
Because he has the flu?
It must be a bad flu, dude.
I'm only going to say that. I'm only going to say, look, I'll use this card one more time. Okay. I freaking missed so much less time doing double chemotherapy after surgery, stage 3 cancer, that I'm hearing players down in Clearwater, well, you know he had the flu.
The flu,
Are you freaking kidding me? Would you stop it with the flu crap? Tell me he didn't prepare enough for the regular season. Tell me he didn't do the things he was supposed to do.
No, it can't be that.
He could just be sick.
He could just
this
be
long.
sick.
This long.
No joke, man.
I'm here to tell you. Then guess what? I absolutely would have major question marks about the makeup of a player that is that. Connor, it is now into its 3rd week of hearing about the flu. The 3rd week.
Yeah. So
Stop
you think
it, Connor.
He's skipping baseball? Because, like, what is the other explanation?
No, what I'm saying is
he's
that,
saying he's weak, Connor.
No, what I'm saying is there are ways that baseball handles things. There's way that hockey handles things. There's ways that football handles things. And they're completely different. The disclaimer. I hope it's not something else that they're not telling us. But if it's the flu, that's soft as hell.
This specific season for the Phillies and the specific season for the Eagles that's coming our way in September, how are they the same or how are they different? And the first question that I asked was, have they reached wake me up when territory, which is what you've seen with the Sixers over the last couple of years. You have great regular season performances. You have awards like Bryce Harper won an MVP.
Sure.
Jalen Hurts was the runner-up for the MVP 2 years ago. We were both, not just you and I, but I imagine a lot of Philadelphia was okay when the Phillies lost the World Series, okay when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. Now, obviously, we wish they won, but
I woke up the next day not angry.
Not angry.
No, not
like,
at all.
Oh, my God. Even though you did lose a major opportunity, you're up 2-1. You were up at halftime by 10 points. You lost an opportunity to bring home a trophy. But because you lost to a dynasty in the Astros, a dynasty in the Chiefs, we're kind of like, all right, they'll come back at some point. They'll be back. And then last year, both teams took steps back. Like, the whole dancing on my own thing. Like, you mock it, right?
Well, I mock it because now it's 2 years in a row it's been a losing song. Find something else.
If they play it again at some point, will people rally behind it, or are there going to be people rolling their eyes saying, all right, this didn't work before?
No, I just think
I wonder if the tides change a little bit this year. All right, that was the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Now, coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll be joined by Bob Cooney. Well, he'll be doing the midday show, but I do want to welcome in. I had an incredible experience on Friday.
You did?
I went to Fleming's in Marlton, which is tremendous.
Fleming's is fantastic.
And I met a big fan of the show.
You did?
No. I heard he was just I read that he was a big fan of yours. I read that on Twitter.
Yeah, he's a big fan of mine. That's right.
Well, if it's on Twitter, Bob, you know it's true.
So you know what I
Twitter.
said? I said, you know what? Let me let that guy come into the station to see how we work behind the scenes.
That's nice.
Are you getting in the experience of a lifetime,
I
Bobby?
thought I was a big fan of yours before. I'm through the roof now. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's fun to wake up on a Saturday to a tweet at somebody, hey, I ran into a big fan of mine. But you're right, Andrew, I am a big fan of yours.
You were awesome. Bob met,
It was
you
great.
already met my dad before, but you met my mom, and
Yeah.
you guys hung out at the bar for a little bit because Christy and I got lost. So
Yeah, you got lost. You were late.
You were
so
lost?
We were hanging out.
Yeah.
Andrew calls me and says, where you at? I said, I'm at the bar. No big deal. He says, yeah, we're about 10 minutes away. He goes, I think my mom and dad are there, too. I said, oh, what do they look like? And he describes them. So I went over and I said, excuse me, do you know an Andrew Salciunas? So it was fun. We had a really, really good time.
Well, that's nice.
Yes.
Thank you for taking care of them until we got there.
Absolutely. And we're going to
have
have a good time today, Andrew.
Yep.
We have Amy Fadul's going to come in and
nice.
join
Oh,
us
that's nice.
on air from 12 to 1.
Cool.
Yeah, a bunch of Flyers, Phillies, Sixers, Eagles talk. Not so much Eagles talk. I'm all right. Like, I'm writing down my notes this weekend. I was like, yeah, it's okay. Not much going on.
Well, you got opening
We're
day
okay.
Thursday. And, dude, how great was it? I know the tournament was going on, but how great was it to get excited for a matinee Flyers weekend?
Oh, my
Oh, the weekend, this sports weekend was
was great.
phenomenal. So great. And I felt like a jerk at the bar yesterday because we went out to lunch with friends. Had to keep asking people because they didn't have the Sixers game on.
You're kidding me.
I'm like, come on, can you put the Sixers game? Then it was on, then they changed it. I'm like,
Was it one TV?
Can we? There was millions of TVs around, but the ones that they had the Sixers game on kept going in and out. They kept switching it. But we got it corrected, so.
All right.
How about the chalky tournament? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's funny. The men chalky, the women, first day, every higher seed won.
Every higher seed won.
Yeah, so it's chalky, but it's fun. We're going to dip into some NCAA action also.
Well, we're looking forward to it, Bobby. Thank
Can't
you
wait.
so much.
Biggest fan I am.
It was nice meeting you on Friday at the bar.
Good job. A big fan of yours. That's awesome. That is all. That is very, very good.
It is good.
Hey, don't forget, you can help support life-saving cancer research. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Join our fantastic sponsors that do such a great job of supporting the cause because cancer research saves lives. So the AACR. And Andrew and I will tell you about a special event we're going to have later on this year.
Absolutely.
We're going to ask you to team up with us on it.
Yep, I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. You just heard Bob Cooney. Well, you'll be hearing him again coming up at 10 o'clock with Ray Dunn. It is the midday show of Bob Cooney. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll be back at it here tomorrow at 6 a.m. Kincade Salciunas.
That's early.
97.5 The Fanatic.